Radio550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres back in action tonight. They are on the road in Columbus. 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame, of course, here on WGR starting at 6 o'clock. Today is round one of the Masters at Augusta National. The first tee times are at 7:40 this morning. Paddock Chevrolet and Davis Riley start the tournament. The big names, Scotty Scheffler is in the 10:15 tee time. Rory McIlroy doesn't get going until 1:12 later today. So lots of golf on the way from Augusta starting today. To football, TJ Watt sparking the NFL Twitter world yesterday. Instagram actually posted on Instagram a picture of himself in a Steeler uniform holding up the Peace Out sign. Watt is going into the final year of his contract with Pittsburgh. Local 10 News in Miami reporting yesterday that Tyreek Hill was involved in a domestic dispute with his wife at his high-rise condominium in Miami on Monday. There's been no statement from the team at this point in time. And in the NBA, Luka Doncic makes his return to Dallas last night. He scored 45 points in a Lakers win in his first game against his old team. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hello, friends. Jim Nance, along with Sir Nick Faldo, and welcome to this tradition unlike any other.
Many doubted we'd ever see it, but here it is. The return to glory.
Maybe. Yes, sir! There it is. A win for the ages.
Is it his time?
Well, here it comes. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow! In your life, have you seen anything like that?
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Should we have a segment or part of a segment where we talk like we're on a golf course?
What so you like talking a lower tone, like, kind of talking like we're broadcasters on a golf course,
kind of, yeah. Like if we were going to talk about TJ Watt, like. You know, the thing about TJ Watt here is the social media post could indicate he's on his way out in Pittsburgh.
You know, his pass rush win rate wasn't what you thought it might be last year.
Interesting.
In
the
Pittsburgh.
Cap space situation for the Bills, I mean, I'm always going to think that's a little fluid, but it's up for discussion.
You know, you could go for Trey Hendrickson instead of TJ
I don't think
Watt.
this is terrible.
Just doing golf voices the whole...
Yeah, I think we could just apply it
today
to other
and tomorrow.
things.
Yeah.
Instead of being... radio people that we are that sometimes yell about things like, and the Sabres have extended to 14 seasons in a row. James Reimer with his 7th consecutive win here. Whenever you and I do this a lot, we play golf together sometimes, and when I play with Bulldog, there's a routine thing we do, which is talk about the round that we're playing like Jim Nance is announcing it with Dottie down there. Dottie, he doesn't like the look of this shot. You know, like
yep.
we do that a lot, which I don't know, who we're talking to, but we do that.
Yeah, once in a while, if I really feel like, sticking it to somebody, if they like shank one, like, oh, I don't know, Jim, if sculling that one was the right play.
You decided to play it low. Yeah. Let me get my lighting fixed in here. All right. Hey, what's up, everybody? Good morning. I'm broadcasting from home, my little, studio. Joe's in studio. It's the first day of the Masters, and we got lots to get to. I mean, we've got Chris Brown's going to join us at 8 o'clock. Brian Koziol, 6:30. Jeff Meadis will check in. So a couple of golf segments, 6:30, 9:30. I had the thought this morning, Joe, about the Masters, which is, I don't know that it's exactly the kind of segment that's going to get phone calls. Maybe the chat comments on this one, and it kind of comes and goes quickly. But the Masters is the biggest golf event of the year. I don't think there's any disputing that.
Correct.
The thing I wanted to know is, does the Masters, does it actually bring in non-golf fans? Because if you're not a golf fan this week, what you ultimately see is a lot of golf fans freaking out and, oh, it's so important. Oh, I can't believe it's so amazing.
The azaleas.
Yes, and you might just think,
Pimento cheese.
What are these idiots talking about? How big? It's a golf tournament. What's the big deal? It's, of course, the history and the field and the setting, and it's probably the time of year. So does it transcend golf? Does it bring in non-golf fans, or does it just bring in all of the golf fans? Maybe
for that, it does. It brings in non-golf fans the same way that any other major would. Just, hey, it's Sunday, and the Masters are tight late. And, maybe one of them's a guy I've heard of, like Rory. So, okay, I'm throwing it on. And some non-golf fan might be as willing to do that with, the U.S. Open or the PGA or the Open. Just, hey, there's a major on in golf and a guy I've heard of, and it's late. But that doesn't mean that they're watching, the second that Davis Riley tees off at 7:40 in the morning on Thursday. Like I
right. That's right. That's right. And every golf fan wants a good leaderboard here. The indication that this tournament matters is people have rooting interests in ways that they maybe don't. It's the Valero last week. Like, ooh, who do you want to win the Valero? I don't care. I just want a good leaderboard. I want some good golf. Then you get to this, the Masters, and it's I want Rory, or I want Scheffler to get a 3rd out of 4, or it's like winning the Super Bowl, or it's like winning. Whatever, it's the big prize. It's the super elite, hard to get prize, and it's one of 4 majors in golf. The Players Championship carries a lot of weight. We talked about the Players plenty during the week, but this is just different. I've got so many fun facts on Augusta and things you didn't know about Augusta National. I've got the list of things that the winner gets in addition to just money and the ability to come back at the Masters. So
and choose the dinner. Of course.
Yep. There's a lot. I found out that the wine cellar has an infrared thumbprint security system.
Wow.
Yeah, right. Like it's MI6 if you want to go get a bottle of wine at Augusta.
Yeah.
Not everybody's approved. You go boop with your thumb, and it lets you into the wine cellar. So that sounds cool.
That does. There's stuff with the green jacket too, right? That like you don't actually, or no, you get to take it home for a year. But then it stays at Augusta?
I don't know if you take it, but you're not allowed to really wear it out. I found that at golf.com. There's a story that a member was, longtime member, sporting his jacket out on the town. And according to sources, he received a crisp slap on the wrist.
Okay, because I wonder if this happened then to Hideki Matsuyama. Because if you remember a couple years ago, he was photographed at an airport
just carrying it,
and it was like it was folded over the chair that he was sitting next to at the airport. So he had it, but maybe he got a talking to, like, hey, a little more careful with that thing. And then I'm pretty sure you only have one, even if you win multiple, and it stays at Augusta after that first year. I think that's how I've heard that it happens.
Kevin tweets in that there's no way the Masters brings in non-golf fans, that the only golf event that might do that is the Ryder Cup, and I bet not many. I'll listen to that. I don't know if there's numbers on this or how to figure this out. I'll buy that. I'll buy that personalities do. I mean, half the reason half the people that like golf today like it, those are just, rough estimates by me, is because Tiger Woods existed.
Yeah.
Right? He brought people that were not golf to become golf fans and forever changed the way that golf was viewed and the way that golf was presented and everything about it, inspiring a new generation of players and fans.
Yeah.
So a personality can do it. We know that. We've seen that happen. It's interesting. He brings up an interesting point. If you're not a golf fan, what's the one event a year you watch?
Because I would have said Masters, but Ryder Cup's good. Ryder Cup isn't every year, though. Remember that.
That's right. It's every other year. Maybe there's a point to be made here if at the PGA this year, Tiger has the lead with 18 holes to go, and that's the biggest rated event of the year. My question would be, is that because all of the golf fans went to it, or because non-golf fans thought, like, whoa, Tiger's back, and he might win? Yeah, I feel like Tiger could be the biggest draw of them all if we got an event like that again.
Yeah. You mean specifically with him in competition?
Yes, with him, and he could win.
Yeah.
He's not playing in this. He's recovering from Achilles surgery or whatever.
And it probably would be a long time for that.
Yeah, and we kind of think he won't win again. Whatever. It's going to be a very, very big battle uphill.
Yeah.
But Tiger is his own planet, of his own solar system of golf, of course.
Yeah, because nobody touches it, right? Like the effect of it's not that far removed. Oh, kind of. It's 6 years now, right? That he wins at Augusta, and he's in contention on Sunday against Molinari. And that I remember is everybody. Like it was a circus. It was Tiger's in contention, and I'm sure that would have been more what it was like when he's in his prime. Because when Scheffler is winning all these tournaments, and when Rory is in contention, and when DeChambeau, like all these other big names, it's notable. It's more notable and might be more of a draw than if the top of the leaderboard is Joel Damon and Tommy Fleetwood.
Yeah.
But is it 20% of what it is when Tiger would be in contention? Nobody's touching the star power, the draw that he was. It's part of it because it's so split now, right? Like
that's another thing that it gets now over the other tournaments. They have those, you have your elevated events.
Yeah.
But this is one of the 4 events that has the full golf world. The best players are back. If you're on LIV, you're at the Masters. Like that never went away.
Yeah.
They didn't miss a tournament.
Right.
Those guys that left.
Right. Well, it's split in that way, too. It's shared to what I'm meaning, like, the star power of it. Tiger kind of held it all because he won all the time, and he was, like, easily the best. It wasn't close. And when Scheffler and Rory and Schauffele and Morikawa and all these guys are, like, they're all so good, and they're all pretty, they're within striking distance of each other, then you kind of have, like, Tiger was tier 1 and then everybody else, and now it's like you might have 5 guys on tier 1 that all kind of share that load.
Yeah, that's right. And everybody, it's a little bit like the post-Jordan NBA. Who's the next Jordan? This guy's Jordan, that guy's Jordan, until LeBron showed up, and then his career was, of course, being endlessly compared to Jordan.
Does golf need its LeBron?
I mean, golf has had its moments where we thought a player might be that. I mean, Rory got that for winning so much early, and of course, as you pointed out, and a lot of people point out, he hasn't won in 11 years at a major.
Mm-hmm.
Scheffler starts seasons and puts up numbers that are on par with Tiger for like half seasons, and he's been the best golfer in the world for quite some time. But
you get these teases. Spieth had a year where he was like top 3 in every single major, and then he fell off the map.
Great players, but you don't get anybody that comes close to either the dominance or, really what it comes down to is how captivating he was because of how good he was.
And fiery. And the shot Yeah,
the way he played, the things he could do. There's iconic tournaments, there's iconic moments, iconic shots, whatever. So the Masters today, 7:40, the first tee time. That's not bad.
I guess
we can have it. We can stream some of that.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I've got to find that out because, like, I've got ESPN on here in the background, and they say that their ESPN Plus coverage starts at 8:45 in the morning. I need earlier than that. I want to see Mike Weir on hole 1 every year at the Masters. I need it. I need those first tee times. I don't know though if they're going to be out there. I feel like somewhere there's got to be a live cam of that first tee time.
Mike Weir is 8:02.
Mike Weir is 8:02. You're right. Yep. There's one group ahead of him.
Yep.
Okay.
The
old champions. There's not many of them this year that I've seen because was it Sandy Lyle already played his last one? Maybe that I see, and then Vijay Singh backed out. So you do have Weir still. Tiger, of course, isn't playing. So feel like you might not have as many of those old timers. Fred Couples is in the field.
Yeah.
Bernard Longer, but
the highlight of the day for yesterday. So yesterday at Augusta was the par 3 tournament. Apologies to those of you that maybe aren't golf fans as we, start a little golf and talk plenty Masters today. But let me introduce you to something out there, golf fans, if you're not a big fan. One conversation that comes up every year, every other year is, if you played Augusta, could you, break 90 just from the greens, just putting? Right? I think we had the conversation. Or sometimes it's if you're 100 yards out.
100 or 150.
Yeah, could you win the tournament if you played every hole from 100 yards out? And one of the things that is said again and again and again is the greens. You'd get dominated because you can't putt like the pros can putt, and the greens are so incredibly tough. Did you see the highlight of Rory's daughter putting from 60 feet or whatever?
Yep, and she made it.
Breathes on a ball that then rolls 60 feet and it goes into the cup and ends up being an amazing putt. Like, if anybody made this putt on the tour, we would go bananas, and it was some 6-year-old girl.
Right.
So that
barely touched the ball.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That drove home to me for the first time ever. I mean, we've seen the ball take off and it'd be tough to hold everything. That was the number one highlight for me, where I kind of thought, okay, maybe I couldn't win the tournament from the greens, because holy cow, it was incredible to watch.
Yeah, she almost she tried to hit it harder, but accidentally kind of missed it, and that
maybe
it barely. But to the point, I would have been doing what she was trying to do, which was tried to hit it a little, and again she doesn't really fully hit it maybe the way she wants, and it just kind of touches it, and that was perfect. It was absolutely perfect. I would believe I've never experienced a green like Augusta. I think it was 50 yards out. I think the big debate was from everybody that they believe they could win the tournament from 50 yards out. What would you shoot from 50 yards out? Would you make the cut?
100 plus? No, I don't.
You need 100 plus.
That clip convinced me that no, I would not score. No. It's just it's the spots to hit on the greens.
But you've seen the clip now. Now you know. That's true. You're coaching. You know what to do. You just got to.
You're saying she gave me the read.
She did. Yes. You just got to breathe on the ball. You're gonna know going in. I gotta be on. I'm on thin ice here. I gotta be super careful about everything. You would know.
Five holes in, you're like, you really seem like you got the speeds down pretty well. Yeah, I watched a 6-year-old hit a putt before I got out here.
Yeah.
Or I don't know how old she is. I'm just guessing she's 6. She might be 4. Actually, she's probably younger than that. Anyway, great moment. Par 3 tournament happened. We saw a couple of holes in one.
Yeah. Koepka had one, I saw.
Yeah.
I think there were a couple.
Tom Hoagie had one, I believe. And we're off and running. So the Masters today, that's exciting. The weekend comes, and hopefully we get good weather. The exclusivity of it all is another part that probably drives home how great it is. It's at the same course. You have to win a lottery to go, unless you're buying tickets online. But whatever. It's not huge crowds. They don't pack as many people in as possible. It's like a pilgrimage for everybody. If you are able to go, you win the lottery. Oh, okay, well, I've been chosen this year. I must go to, Golf Valhalla. There is a course named Valhalla, but whatever, you know what I'm saying. If I were to win that lottery, it feels like it would be just that's on the list. I get to do that now. So kids, actually I might bring my wife with me. So family, watch the kids. We're going to Augusta. It's on the bucket list.
Yeah. Did you know, by the way, that Augusta, so we talked about this yesterday, they don't allow phones, right? They don't allow phones on the grounds, but they do allow cameras. They allow digital cameras. I saw a picture yesterday of somebody with an old. I can't remember when's the last time I saw one of these in person, but the disposable Kodak looking cameras that they were walking around with Augusta. So you can bring a camera, I guess, still. Because I've seen pictures. I mean, Brian took a picture, I think, when he won a couple of years ago, and I'm assuming he did that with his camera, unless he snuck his phone in.
Well, if he snuck his phone in, he'd
be banned.
He dodged the feds, and they come for you.
Right.
They come for you if you bring your phone in there. It's no messing around. 803-0550. If anybody that's Ben wants to tell us about it, wants to talk about it, you can. We're happy to have you. and chat about the Masters. We'll talk with Brian Koziol coming up on the other side of the break. And Chris Brown's going to join us at 8. We're 2 weeks out from the draft. I've got Todd McShay's latest mock draft that we'll get to. That's exciting. Mm-hmm. And we've got another Bills visit. We've got a cryptic social media post from a star player in the NFL.
And I feel like it's not even that cryptic.
Not cryptic.
Like Diggs was expertly cryptic because it could have meant nothing,
right?
Any time. And this is you're not being that cryptic. We kind of know what you mean. You mean see you later.
You think T.J. Watt is out in Pittsburgh?
I don't know that he's out in Pittsburgh. I think, though, he's telling you exactly what he's thinking.
He wants out?
That he's all right, I'm out. See ya. And that, to me, is just I would think, he's probably just flexing because he has a contract coming up and he wants to be paid, right?
I suppose possible. Maybe he saw, and this is not a joke, that the Steelers have brought in 8 running backs for their pre-draft visits.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Now that would be amazing.
Maybe he saw, are you kidding me? You're wasting 8 visits on running backs? Peace.
I'm out, dude.
I'm out of here. Just tell me is that the most Steelers thing you could ever imagine hearing? 8
running backs.
Pre-draft visits on running backs.
Right. You only get 30. And there's 11 positions.
Najee Harris, their
positions.
former first-round pick, leaves, and they're like, well, we got to get another one.
Yeah.
Have to.
We can't have Jalen Warren start. We couldn't possibly just do that. That would be amazing if they drafted one in the first round. Like they draft Hampton in the first round.
It would be unbelievable to do that. Especially if they passed up on a quarterback, even though, the 21 spot is exactly a great spot.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Watt says peace.
Peace out. Right? More of a peace out, I think, than a peace. It's also him leaving the field in a game.
Right.
Like his helmet's off, So I want to entertain it. We've had a Steeler guest on a couple of times during the offseason, and I've kind of thrown in a question about Watt's future every time. And it's every time been met with they're not getting rid of him. Like they're going to sign him. But here we go. There's something. The player is telling you that it's worth thinking about.
Mm-hmm. How good is he still?
That is a good question, and I think that is it's not like Myles Garrett to me. Like Myles Garrett, it was easy. This guy is the best player in the league still, and at his position for sure. And Watt, there's a little more to figure out because there was some decline last year, but there have also been injuries that could be the reason for that. He still is, you kind of have to parse it where, okay, he still was a great pass rusher last year. He didn't take any step back on run defense stuff from what I saw, but you have to kind of, just take a step back. I mean, maybe that's more personally. He still was second in the league in pass rush grade last year by Pro Football Focus.
That's pretty good.
So, he still is an elite pass rusher.
That kind of answers my question I was going to get to. I was going to say, would it be oversimplifying it maybe to say the Bills already have their T.J. Watt guy that's sometimes injured, was formerly amazing guy, and that's Joey Bosa, but Bosa didn't finish top 5 top 2 in pass rush.
That's grade. Win rate, he was 7th in the league. So that might be where you go from 3rd to 7th, but he's still awesome. It was end of the season, I think, where he wasn't putting up as many sacks, especially as he normally would. I mean, 11.5 for a full year is his lowest output since his rookie season. But he was still a second-team All-Pro. It's just, do you have any concern about him declining? Because he is 30, and he'll be 31 during the year, and you have to take your bet. Is he still one of the best pass rushers in football? I think you could answer yes, and it wouldn't be crazy.
Well, it would be a big move. I'm not convinced the Bills even need a pass rusher, but they might go after another one, and Hendrickson's another name we should get to as well. And the price, what that would be. The Bengals want a first plus, and since the Bills are picking 30th, it would no doubt be a first plus.
Yep.
And what that plus is, we can talk about.
And wouldn't you believe that Watt would be the same thing?
Probably.
A first plus.
I mean, the Steelers, listen, they're going to want to trade Watt so they can draft 2 of those running backs that they need for visits.
No, they want a running back and they want Jalen Milroe.
Yeah.
That's what they want.
And a running back at 21 and a running back at 30 for the Steelers so they can just have as many as they want. 803-0550 is our number. Plenty to get to today. Brian Koziol on the other side. More Masters chatter. 7:40 the first tee time. It is Masters Thursday. Happy golf season. And Chris Brown of One Bills Live, of course, play-by-play voice of the Buffalo Bills. He joins us at 8 as we check in 2 weeks out from the draft. So hang out with us. Give us a ring. We'll have some fun today. We've got some Masters factoids to get to, plenty along the way. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring at 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 on WGR.
the official voice of the Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Round one of the Masters this morning at Augusta National, just over an hour away from the first tee times. Pat and Koziol, Davis Riley will be the first two on the course. Scotty Scheffler at 10:15. Rory McIlroy doesn't tee off until 1:12, with many in between. Sabres and Blue Jackets tonight, 7 o'clock puck drop in Columbus. Sabres officially eliminated from a playoff spot. They are looking for a 6th consecutive win, though, tonight. In football, TJ Watt posting on Instagram a picture of himself in a Steeler uniform giving the peace out sign, sparking a lot of speculation. He is in the final year of his contract in Pittsburgh. Luka makes his return to Dallas last night, first time since he was traded from the Mavericks to the Lakers. He had 45 points in a Lakers win. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan, named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Dun, 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 dun. Get this song on repeat.
Is this the CBS theme?
This is the leaderboard. Yes.
The leaderboard.
When they're going to break. And a strong outing from Justin Rose today. Sepp Straka charging.
Big Sepp.
Dun, 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 dun. What's it called, Josh? The Thrill of Victory?
Yes, The Thrill of Victory by E.S. Posthumous.
All right.
The Thrill of Victory.
Brian Koziol joining us on the Western Hotline. Brian, the lead, to me, you can have your Masters theme with its, soft piano. Hit me with the leaderboard as they go to break. That's what gets my Masters juices flowing.
This song is great. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really good.
This sets up the vibe. Brian Koziol joining us on the Western Hotline to preview today's opening round. You hear Brian on Tee to Green, of course, on the weekends, and also on our Sabres coverage, post-game, pre-game, intermission reports. All right, Brian, so happy first day of the Masters, I asked Joe the question earlier, if the Masters is just an event that transcends golf, or more likely just the event that kind of unifies everybody that does enjoy watching golf to kind of dial in on today and on the weekend.
Ooh, good one. Man, yeah, I think anybody that's ever even played golf, like this is the event that you watch. I think this is the one that people are most excited about. It's familiarity, yes, because everybody knows the course, kind of the traditions, the theme music. It's something that I think we're used to. It's kind of like a comfort zone. I think even here in Western New York, it's also a sign that golf is here. Now, normally it is by now. The weather obviously has been pretty bad, but I think it also, for all of us that live in the Northeast, like this is usually the time when we get to play too. So I feel like this is kind of like spring is here, golf is here, and yes, the traditions and kind of the things that we're used to during this week and the build-up, I think there are a lot of warm, fuzzy feelings with sports, and I think this week there's a lot of it with the Masters.
Warm and fuzzy on Thursday. By Sunday, it is the pressure cooker, right? To see if somebody can take home their first green jacket. If you don't have one and you're a great player, it becomes, when will it be your time? Scotty Scheffler didn't have to wait very long to get his, from becoming a household name to winning 2. And people, are going to watch and see if he can get his 3rd. Of course, it's about Rory, right? It's always going to be about Rory. And I think I remember the stat, it was that only one former champion has won it this many tries into his Masters career. It's 1 or 2. Sergio, in his 19th attempt, got his first Masters. And Rory is trying to be the second guy to win it this many times in, knowing that, of course, he's been close several times.
Yeah, I think it is about Rory. I think because, too, Scheffler came in last year, having the best start to the season as almost as anybody in the modern era. So, there was a lot of dialing in on him, and of course he ended up winning his second green jacket in 3 years or 3 tries at it. So this year McIlroy's coming in. If you said, like, pick the guy that's playing the best, I'm picking him. I mean, for him to win at Pebble Beach in an elevated field event, and then for him to win at the biggest event up to this point, which is the Players' Championship. So, he's coming in playing as good as he has in a long time, and it is all about him getting the career Grand Slam and breaking the major slump. I mean, it's been a long, long time. Last year, him and DeChambeau battling in that epic U.S. Open at Pinehurst was just so good. And, we remember, of course, he misses those 2 short putts, one on 16, one on 18, that we're all sitting here thinking, how could he have missed those? And that was pretty devastating. And then he leaves and he doesn't talk to the media. He doesn't shake Bryson's hand. There was a little drama with that. Ultimately, Rory, who has been the voice of the PGA Tour quite a bit over the last handful of years with the Live thing going on, he's kind of taken a little step back with that. He says he wants to focus on golf. He's made a little swing change, but it's all about him getting it done, getting the career Grand Slam, getting himself into that elite category that you've got single-digit players ever that have won all 4 majors, and he's got as good of a chance as he's had in any time recently to make the argument that he could get it done this week, I think.
Yeah, it's only 5 golfers that have ever done it. Gene Sarazen, Ben Hogan, Gary Player, Jack Nicklaus, and Tiger.
Yeah.
5 players. He'd become the 6th.
Is a reason for that, Brian, Rory at Augusta? Like, do you have on hand, like, his... like, even in comparison to other courses, like how Rory often does at Augusta, if there's a reason why that course isn't maybe as perfect for him as others would be?
Well, you have to putt great because obviously it's an extremely difficult, challenging green areas. But one thing that I think Rory has done a better job of this year, and one of his swing changes, is that he's essentially, to explain it as easy as possible, he's given himself options to not hit shots at 100% all the time. He's flighting the ball a little bit lower. He's taking these 3/4 shots, these 2/3 shots kind of thing, where he's able to really, really control. And then at Augusta National, everybody says it's a second shot course. Like, what that means is the shot into the green, knowing where you can hit it, knowing where you can't hit it, where you can miss, where you can't miss. So to be able to really control your shot going into the green so that you don't end up in trouble is extremely important. And I feel like that slight adjustment that Rory's made this year, that he's really worked on, I think gives him another kind of weapon and another piece of confidence going into this week. Usually off the tee, Rory's okay here because there isn't the thick penalizing rough that you get at the other majors. You're able to recover a little bit more. And that's why I always think Tiger's always been so dominant. Tiger, even through his best, we know wasn't always perfect off the tee, but at this course, there's a little bit more leeway to be able to adjust and be able to recover. So I think that it sets up well for him this week if he can kind of have that flighted ball flight that he's been really working on this week, where he can control it and know exactly where he wants to hit it. It's all about location in terms of the approach shot here with Augusta National. So I like his change. I like his strategy. It's paid off so far this year. And, if you're a Rory fan, you obviously hope it translates this week.
As you say all that about the rough, does that give Bryson a shot? One of the big stories of the week warming up is that Bryson hit 1 million balls on the range, and he's working on the perfect driver head. I mean, DeChambeau has, of course, had a great career, and this would be a big step for him. If you can just blast away, he's got to be in the mix.
I would agree. I think if there's any player from Live that I would strongly consider to have a chance to win, it's him. He's always tinkering with his game, but I love his attitude. I listened to his press conference 2 days ago, and he said that you can't overpower it here. He goes, I came here when I first came to Augusta that I could just play all the par 5s like par 4s because he hit it so far. But he goes, I didn't have as mature an attitude as I needed to about playing this course. So I think he's in a better mindset about how to attack it and when to score or when to try to score and when maybe to just accept that, hey, par is a really good score on this hole and move on. I just think he has matured so much. I really enjoyed listening to him the other day saying how, like, somebody asked him about how his persona and maybe his public image has changed over the last year or two. He credited that his content creation that he's done so much in his YouTube channel and some of the challenges that he's done that, he's obviously gained popularity from. But he said it took him a while to realize the impact that he could have golf and on young people in terms of being excited about playing. And he said that, look, he goes, I didn't represent maybe what I should have done early on, whether it was, interacting with other players, Koepka, interacting with fans where he, was definitely anal about things out on the golf course, interacting with media. He said all these sort of things. And I feel like he's matured to the point where he realizes, like, look, he is, even on LIV, I think he's still top 5 star power. We saw it last year at the U.S. Open, too, his interactions with fans in between holes. So I like where his head is at. His game, he's obviously tinkering with so much. And you can never credit the fact that he's not prepared going into an event.
Yeah, his YouTube channel, I watch his YouTube channel frequently. Like it's also fun too, right? Like it's not just serious stuff. Like he'll challenge somebody with with using kids clubs for one of them or whatnot. He though also, Brian, I was trying to decide if this is meaningful or not. So this is how into it people are now, that we're counting everybody's range balls throughout the week, and Bryson hitting 400 range balls on Tuesday, and then I saw he was the last one out late again yesterday, and he's like tinkering, like trying to figure out with, I think it was his driver heads, maybe is why he was out there, so he was hitting bombs, but like he's such a mad scientist that I'm not sure he doesn't do that every year at the majors.
Yeah, he said he had, they were asking him because he was marking up his driver with some sort of pen or marker, and he was trying to figure out to create, the least amount of spin, that sort of thing. And yeah, he was out there last night, 6 o'clock. I'm sure the fans loved it because there wasn't many golfers left to watch. Everybody had gone home, and he's out there just firing away. Yeah, this year at the Masters they had it where you can. They tracked everybody on the driving range. You could watch live at the range the entire week. So that was a pretty cool feature to see him out there. And I mean, physically, I credit him quite a bit to be able to hit that many balls. I mean, at some point, you'd say, well, physically, I'm not into it enough where it would be worthwhile. He clearly doesn't see it that way. So kudos to him. I mean, if I was hitting 400 golf balls the day before I had, a 4-day tournament, that's going to be stressful and physically taxing. Like, I would probably not perform at my best, and he obviously is not concerned with that.
Brian Koziol on the Western Hotline. Tee to Green this week, Brian. What's the story? Where are you guys?
We're at Pendleton Creek Golf Club in North Tonawanda, and we're going 2 hours from 7 to 9, and obviously because of the Masters. So we're going to have a ton on the Masters tournament. Looking forward to it.
Very good. And we'll hear you tonight for Sabres and Blue Jackets.
Yes. It's the first game, obviously, since they've been eliminated, and it's been obviously a really, really good run. Paul and I have been talking quite a bit about like how much carryover can you actually have to next year. And it feels like still very minimal, at least in my opinion, because I remember Kyle Oposo 2 years ago was asked about that, and he's like, yeah, he goes, there isn't one mention of games in March and April, or he's like, it's, there's new coaches, there's new players. He's like, it's almost nothing. But, Paul's one point, he's saying like, look, if they are figuring out, at least he goes, if there's like that, he said muscle memory or mental memory of how or what it is actually taking to win. He's like, if it doesn't take that long to remind them in September in training camp, he's like, maybe that's something that can be positive, that can be carried over.
Yeah. Brian Koziol on the Western Hotline. Thanks, Brian. Enjoy the tournament.
Okay, guys, you too. Enjoy day one. We'll talk tomorrow.
Absolutely. Brian Koziol on the Western Hotline. In the NHL, so Sabres and Blue Jackets tonight, there is one series that is locked in. Carolina and New Jersey will play in the first round. Mm-hmm. That is the only one that I think that I've seen that is locked in. Meanwhile, Montreal is stranglehold on that final playoff spot right now. They look really good for it. They have an 8-point lead with 4 games to play.
Yep.
So that looks about over. And in this year, I think it makes it tougher, Joe, for the Sabres to talk about how we found something and we're taking it into next year. Okay, is Ottawa, is Montreal, are they also taking what they're doing into next year? Because if that's the case, you're behind all but one team in your own division.
Right, Boston.
Right. It's not a convenient thing to say.
Yeah.
I think they found something here. They're going to take this into next year. Okay, so who else is going to do that?
Yeah, because there's 5 teams in your division that are all doing the same thing right now.
Yes. 5 playoff teams from this division.
I don't think Montreal will, personally. But
Okay. But
I do think
their voodoo will go away and the Sabres' voodoo will sustain.
I do think Ottawa's will, though. Like, that's kind of the frustrating thing is,
Ottawa
all right,
looks like-
Boston finally fell off. They took a step. Oh, Ottawa's good now. And I think Ottawa probably will be good, consistently.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Along the way today, we'll make stops on the green carpet to evaluate some of the clothing, some of the outfits. Cam Smith stole the show.
Yeah, Cam Smith had he had a blazer on, right?
He had a blazer on, and it looked great.
Yeah, I haven't seen what Jason Day's done yet, but he's always with this Melbourne stuff. He's always
last year
ready
they
to
asked
go.
him to take off his sweatshirt. Remember, he was not allowed to wear it.
Right, because
he started play and they had him take it off.
Was it because the lettering was too big or something?
Yes, it was very big and obnoxious, and he took it off.
Okay,
Yeah.
he's got to double down then this year. Dare them to whatever you got to dare them to take it away from you on day one.
Day helped put that brand on the map, and I routinely look at their stuff now, and they have a lot of really nice stuff. So mission accomplished, like they did it. It's also more expensive than gold, and I can't afford any of it, but whatever.
Yeah, I saw the founder of that company yesterday had some comment about Jason Day that he wants him, where is it? Here it is. He wants him to look like he's walking through Monte Carlo to get a cup of coffee.
Okay.
That's the vibe they're going for Jason Day on the golf course.
Mission accomplished. Break time. Put up a Twitter poll about the Bills and the 30th pick. You can vote in that Twitter poll. I'll tell you what it is right now. It's what's the best use of the 30th pick? Trade it for TJ Watt, trade it for Trey Hendrickson, or draft a player. So pop on that. We'll dig into that probably top of the hour. Chris Brown at 8 o'clock as we're 2 weeks out from the Bills potentially using their first draft pick in the draft. Jeremy and Joe on this beautiful Masters Thursday on WGR.
when I was watching that video, I was like, there's no way I'm playing this game. But, you know, all my teammates had my back. They were really supporting me, so I really appreciate that.
Luka Doncic in his return to Dallas.
That might have been the most positive reaction to any star player ever going back to their home city.
It really might. It was. I watched the video. They had ESPN showed, of course, the game. It's Lakers and Mavs.
Yeah.
And they show Luka watching it. Mm-hmm. And it was. I mean, if you're watching him watch that, it's like watching a video of your life and getting emotional about the times you had when you were. And he talked about how he was 18 when he got there and how much he loved it. The thing I thought, Joe, that was potentially the funniest or unintentionally funny, the GM, Nico Harrison, right?
Yeah.
Does he go to the game day staff like, you guys laid it on a little thick here? I don't appreciate how emotional everyone got.
Yeah. He also, there were loud fire Nico chants during that game. And there was times where they were applauding Luka making shots. He got a standing ovation at the end. Think of this. Your team just got beat by him. He scored 45 in his return, and he got maybe not quite a standing ovation, but he got an applause from everybody when he left the court, when he got taken off at the end of the game. So, yeah, it was very much the Luka Forever shirts were all over the place. Yeah, that was a weird environment. It is not something that I can remember experiencing here.
Yeah.
For any star. Like, when's the last time a Buffalo star returned with a positive reception like that?
Ryan Miller, but it wasn't.
That's a good one. He was.
Ryan Miller's a good one, but
that was positive. Luka. He got an ovation when he came back.
Right. 803-0550. We'll get a break in. And you know, it's Masters Thursday, so we've got golf going on, but some football when we return, if you'll have it, on TJ Watt and Trey Hendrickson in the 30th pick, because maybe there still is a splash move to be made. We entered the offseason expecting a splash move or a blue chipper, and that could still happen. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR.
This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
First round of the Masters this morning at Augusta National. Tee times get rolling in about 40 minutes. The big names a little bit later on this morning, including Rory McIlroy not till 1:12 later today, Scotty Scheffler just after 10 a.m., and Colin Morikawa a little bit earlier than that. To the Sabres, they're in action tonight, 7 o'clock puck drop against the Columbus Blue Jackets, already eliminated from playoff contention, but going for a 6th win in a row. To football, TJ Watt posting on Instagram a picture of himself in a Steelers uniform giving the peace out sign, leading to, of course, speculation on his future as he is going into the final year of his contract with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Tyreek Hill involved in a domestic dispute with his wife yesterday, police showing up to his condominium in Florida. In college basketball, UB women's basketball coach Becky Burke is leaving to become the head coach at Arizona after leading UB to their first ever WNIT title last weekend. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Maybe. Yes, sir!
Scotty Scheffler can make some noise here. This is for Eagle. You want noise?
You got it!
I would say it certainly didn't help.
That might help. That might help. Oh, can you believe it?
Louis Oosthuizen trying to use those slopes. And this one could be very nice. Could be very nice. Oh, come to Papa. Yes! Double eagle. Well, here it comes. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow! In your life have you seen anything like that?
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Happy Masters Thursday. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Chris Brown joining us an hour from now. We've talked a little golf. We'll continue to, mix that in along the way. Stop on the green carpet as soon as I start to see some of these players out on the range.
Yeah, big pressure on Davis Riley and Patton Kissinger, who are going to be the first two out there.
Yeah.
Patton Kissinger, who I think is the guy who always throws his clubs. Or
that's right.
He broke his putter.
He kicked his putter.
Punted it, even.
Yeah, that is not going to fly. He better not do that this week. He knows you can't do that this week.
Yeah, if he did that,
they'll escort him off the course. Sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're making a scene. You've got to get out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All of a sudden, he's more interesting. I forgot about it, that guy who he was. So, yeah, golf coming up. We've got plenty of golf talk. We've got Chris Brown an hour from now on the Bills, 2 weeks ahead of the draft, and Jeff Meadis. PGA Tour Pro Jeff Meadis joining us at 9:30 for some more golf. All right, ready for some football, Joe?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm excited that we have something juicy to chew on from yesterday.
A little juicy. Give us a ring on this. Give us a call on this. Have a poll up both in the chat and on Twitter about what the Bills should do with the 30th pick. There's now going to be some TJ Watt speculation because he posted a picture of himself giving the peace sign. I don't know if that's related to Pat McAfee's show in Pittsburgh last night because there was one of those big events where he has everybody on stage. TJ Watt was not there, right? I did not see TJ Watt there.
I didn't see any reference to him even with that.
Anyway, so TJ Watt, first round, 30th pick, trade it for TJ Watt, trade it for Trey Hendrickson, or just draft a player. What's the best use of that? What's the best use of that 30th pick? Trade it for TJ Watt, trade it for Trey Hendrickson, attempt to, if these teams would accept these trades, or just draft a player. So you can vote on that and let us know what you think. I mean, I guess I could have put trade down in there. I'm seeing some trade down energy, which someone explained to me like I'm 5 how trading down makes sense for the Bills.
Well, of course, what you're going to want to do is you're going to take the position that you want, and you're going to trade down to let the Chiefs draft the same position first, and then you'll draft it after. That's what.
How many jobs do they have available? The Bills. How many jobs do they have available? 3.
They have a starting corner available. They have a rotational defensive tackle spot available.
Okay.
At the one technique, right, specifically.
Yep.
They have another outside receiver rotational spot available.
Okay. I feel like you're at like 2.5 jobs. What else? Kicker?
They have, well, this is the tough thing. They have a defensive end spot probably for like 6 weeks at least because of suspension. But is it available after that? Like, if Michael Hoyt wasn't suspended, then you might say there isn't one, but there's going to have to be somebody that plays early in the year.
A safety spot? We'll say there's a safety spot available.
I don't think that's.
Don't think so?
A guy could come in, certainly be drafted there, and come in over top of everybody. But if they walk into the season with this safety room, they're fine, aren't they? They have Bishop and I'm not saying they're great, but they have the guys. They have Bishop and Rapp, and then they have Hamlin and Forrest, two guys who have started in the league as your backups.
All right. Let's keep going. Is there an offensive line job available? No.
Nowhere.
Is there a running back job available? Probably no.
Not unless Cook's gone.
No quarterback. No tight end?
Third tight end,
Quentin Morris, if he comes back, right? Because they let Quentin Morris go and they could bring him back.
He's visited with other teams.
Sure.
So.
How many jobs? 4?
Yeah, there's not many.
How many picks do they have?
10?
10?
I think it's 10 or 11.
Trade down for more? Well, what? I guess we're going the scratch-off routine. I want to draft 13 players and decide in 3 months which ones are the good ones.
That's always my hiccup or hold up with that mentality, is that the idea that you can figure out when you have that many picks, and when every year this happens. I mean, the Bills almost every year say goodbye to multiple of their draft picks because they don't have room on the roster for them. So guys in the 6th and 7th round, like, Daquan Hardy, he made the practice squad. Nick Broker, Alex Austin, Luke Tenuta. These are all draft picks of the Bills that didn't make it out of camp. Why? Because you have too many guys, and I just don't believe that anyone can realistically know what a guy's going to be, not just when they draft him, after a month of practice.
Yeah.
No game action whatsoever, not a season. You got to make a determination of who the best guys are through training camp. Training camp can lie to you. Khalil Shakir had a bad training camp 2 years ago, and then he was great by the end of the season.
Right. Tyrell Shavers had a great training camp and then saw the field once?
Yeah, he did score in it.
But. He did. Josh Allen lost the job to Nathan Peterman at training camp.
There you go. That should have been Exhibit A.
Just right. Whether it lies to you or it's not the right timeline or whatever it might be, the Bills are in a win-now window, of course. They just went through an offseason where they got rid of all their captains and turned it over and brought in a bunch of players. They signed a good number of players in free agency. They added, 3 defensive players that are going to play a lot or a considerable amount in Hoyt and Ogunjobi and Bosa.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Trade down for more picks. I don't see the more picks thing being a good idea.
Well,
I saw Dan Fates he was talking with Field Yates, and he asked him what the ideal scenario is. Dan Fates of Buffalo Plus, the YouTube Buffalo Plus with Jenna and Mike Catalana. And Field's answer was trade down to get some spots in the 3rd round. That's the sweet spot of the draft. And, all right, if you want to draft 5 third-rounders and call it a day, I could listen to that, but I don't know.
Why do I need it? Why do I need it?
Yeah. I don't think there are that many jobs. And for them to come out of this draft class with 12 players, I would say get 6 of them on your mind right now to say goodbye, and they're going to the practice squad. And the Bills, listen, they value depth, as they should, and they've been a good organization, I think, with player development and depth. But I am not really here to listen to filling out the bottom of the roster. Don't we all think the thing that they most likely need is one more piece that's at the top? Whether that's TJ Watt or Trey Hendrickson, or if that's Michael Hoyt's the chess piece that can help their defense, or if it's the corner number 2 to go with Benford. We're thinking about the top of the roster and stacking one guy on the top to push everybody else down. At least I am.
Yeah.
More so than I'm thinking of 6 guys at the bottom.
Yeah, no, me too. I was listening to Steve Palazzolo and Sam Monson on their podcast yesterday, and they were going through needs of every team in the league. They get to the Bills, what's the first thing they say? Pretty good roster. The strength is the depth of it, right? It's the depth of it. It's not the top of it. It's that they have professional, reliable players, 2-3 deep even sometimes, at almost every position. That's not the need. It's the need is the star-level player at the top. So to answer the original question, like, to me, the idea would be, if I can get my hands on, spend assets on getting TJ Watt or a Trey Hendrickson. That wasn't one of the jobs we listed, was like starting defensive end. They don't need it. If they walk into the season with Joey Bosa and Greg Rousseau and everybody else behind them, they're completely fine. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get star players on this roster. And by doing that, you will be pushing others down, maybe into better depth roles. So my answer would be, if it costs $30 to go get a star-level pass rusher, and I'm back to 2, right? I'm back to 2 maybes. At the beginning of the offseason, there were 2 maybes. It was Garrett and it was Max Crosby, and neither of those guys left. They both re-upped. And then it was down to 0, like, great ideas, when Hendrickson was reportedly going to figure out a deal with Cincinnati. That hasn't happened. Now I feel like I'm right back to where we started. Yeah. Other than, I don't think either guy is as sure a thing as Garrett was for the long term. Like, Garrett was, you're going to get him, and it's going to be great for 5 years. And these two, I don't know how long it'll be great for. I feel pretty confident, though, it would be great this year, right? Like, they've been awesome last year. Hendrickson leading the league in sacks, and Watt having a down year, which for a down year for him was second in the league in pass rush grade, and he had 11.5 sacks. Like, to me, you're not getting a player of that caliber for this season anywhere in the draft unless you get extremely lucky. So I don't know why it would be any different for me, the beginning of the offseason to now, other than you're just not getting a guy that's probably as good or as expensive, by the way, as Myles Garrett would have been.
TJ Watt was the 30th pick, right? In 2017?
He was a late first.
Yeah.
So
the coincidence here is, would you trade the 30th pick? The Steelers would use him up for 7 years, get 104 sacks, an incredible player, and then get the 30th pick right back for him, if in fact they want to trade him. Again, right. The Watt thing is speculation. The Hendrickson part is the Bengals have said they want a first plus. I'll listen to that. What's the plus got to be? First and a fourth? I would do that. First and I can't go higher than that. I want to go first and second. I probably might even consider. You could talk me into a lot. You could talk me into a lot. Hendrickson is one of the elite pass rushers, top 10. Mm-hmm. He's very, very good. I'm not even convinced defensive end is their biggest need, but
right.
Whether it's corner, defensive tackle, wide receiver, like, they have a couple of needs, but not many. I also had a good comment. Somebody wrote in on Twitter and asked this question. All right, so how many jobs are available next year? And the answer to that is also not that many. They just extended a bunch of guys.
Right.
How many jobs are available next year? Is the line changing over? You might start to look at Deion Dawkins and think, where's my next left tackle coming from in a couple seasons?
Yeah.
Spencer Brown's extended. Osiris Torrance is young. You might need to do something with expiring contracts on the interior with Connor McGovern and David Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
But Milano?
Running back.
I've got a full bevy of draft picks next year, too.
Right.
There's just not really, to me, it doesn't seem smart. It feels like diminishing returns if I'm out there thinking, well, I got to make sure I fill jobs that are available next year with draft picks I'm stowing on the practice squad. This team needs elite players. They need to find their way to more elite players. We do it all the time. The Chiefs and Bills. What's the biggest difference between them? You might want to say it's Andy Reid. You might want to say it's XYZ. They have had 3 players in the top 10 for the last however many years. And more past that. And what do the Bills have? On the top 100 last year, it was Allen and Dawkins. And that's it. You need a few more bodies on that list. What do the Eagles have in terms of top 100 players?
Oh, my goodness.
A.J. Brown, 3 defensive players.
Barkley
is
now.
Probably going to make it. Barkley. Just
Jalen Carter.
I need to find my way to names at the top. And I won't dispute one of the avenues to get those is a lot of lottery tickets. I just don't love your chances of, oh yeah, in the 6th round, when we traded down and got an extra pick with the 6th rounder, we took a guy that ends up being, TJ Watt or whoever, or Diggs, like a Diggs caliber player comes in the 5th round. I know that those are out there. That doesn't seem like a really bankable plan going in.
But this is where they kind of are acting from a position of strength. That, okay, even if they make the trade that you just mentioned, a 1st and a 4th for Trey Hendrickson, they do that. Well, it's not like you wouldn't still have lottery tickets. The Dolphins, I'm looking right now, 2 years ago, They make all those trades. They get Bradley Chubb, and of course they had acquired Tyreek Hill before that, and Jalen Ramsey. The Dolphins had back-to-back drafts where they only had 4 picks total.
Right, 4.
4 in each of 2 drafts. If the Bills make the trade you're talking about, they still are going to have 8 picks, right? They're still going to have all these lottery tickets. Not 10. I should get the number exact. Is it 10 or is it 11? Whatever it is. But they're going to have a good amount of picks still on day 3. I know a lot of, but you still have 2 seconds. And if you're worried about filling in, I think one counterpoint you could make, we call them, maybe they're waiting to say it, that you could make about this trade is, well, what I'm spending my most premium asset left on a position that's no longer my biggest need. And I think right now the number one need seems to be corner. But if you play out the scenario of they make a trade like that and then say, okay, so what we're going to have to do now is we're going to have to address this corner need in round 2. And we've got 2 selections to be able to do it wherever we want. I'm not. Are we that worried about the idea of a 2nd-round rookie starting right away for the Bills at corner when Dane Jackson is kind of your in case of emergency if he's not ready to go? Like how different is that really from 1st round? It is different, but that's a position where the Bills have proved over the years they almost plug anybody in there and get at least pretty good results. Like my downside just doesn't seem to be that risky at that position in particular if that's the need that I'm passing on by making a trade like this.
Right. And if you were to spend 30, 56, and 62 on your 3 biggest needs, who knows if those players hit? I feel like everybody'd be happy. To a point.
Yeah.
Hey, they traded the 1st-round pick in a deal for Hendrickson, and then with the 56th pick, they took a corner. Mm-hmm. Now, how different is that than the 30th pick comes up and they take the edge rusher that's young,
right,
and then they use 56 or 62 on a corner? They have 10 picks in the first 206 of the draft. They don't have a 7th-rounder. They have 2 5ths, 3 6ths, 2 4ths, 2 seconds. 10 picks in the first 206.
Yeah.
I mean, you might as well scratch off 3 of the guys, at least 3 of the guys, not making the team. We'll get some calls on this at 803-0550. By the way, they had a couple other names added, and this is something I'm going to want to get to, of course. The chart, or the tracking yesterday, the
top
number
30
one
visits?
the number one position they've brought in. We've told the story that Pittsburgh has used 8 of its 30 visits on running backs, which is hilarious. The Bills, the tracker right now, yesterday, the number one position going into yesterday was wide receiver with 5. Add another one. They're at 6.
Okay.
They've had 6 wide receivers in for visits, and that is number 1 of any position they've had in for top 30 visits. The one that you added to the list now is Jalen Royals of Utah State, wide receiver. So 6 speed receivers. That might be because they're going to use the 2nd or maybe into the 4th, or who knows? Maybe they want to trade down out of the 2nd to get a 3rd because, and we'll have to give credence to the idea that Bean loves 3rd-round picks.
Yeah.
But whatever. You mean you have enough picks and you don't have that many jobs. I feel like the idea of a Hendrickson trade or a Watt trade, the Metcalf idea when that was out there, the Myles Garrett idea when that was out there, all these to me seemed like good ideas. I view them as a team that can both, Joe, get the idea of a finishing piece and still get depth. Like you said, it's not Miami where they have 4 picks.
Right.
We'll get some calls in. 803-0550. We'll go to Dennis in Williamsville. First up is Dennis. Hey, Dennis, good morning.
Hey, guys. So couple things here. I first would just have to recognize the fact that Bean has really struggled in the 1st round, especially in the back end of the 1st round. So to stay there and just say that and assume that things are going to go well, I think is just knowing the guy and his history. I think that's a little troubling. It doesn't mean it's going to go bad, but I just don't necessarily love the chances. So that's one. The second thing is I did a little bit of an exercise using the draft chart and a mock draft simulator thing and kind of moving around, and I was able to move back out of the first round. So I don't want to explain this like you're 5 years old, Jeremy. I remember you saying that. Not like that. But I like this idea, moving out of 30 and moving back about 5 spots is where I moved back to, and picked up a third rounder, but also had to give up a 6th rounder for that. Fine,
so
a
double pick slide, which is what they just did in the Worthy trade, a double pick slide.
Right, and then I was able to also trade all the 4th round and 5th round picks and move up and I ended up with 6 picks in the top 100 and 1 6th rounder left over. And that, to me, now you're coming out of the draft with 7 picks. Even though you move back, you're not gaining more picks. You're using all of your ammo to move up everything into the top 100 that you possibly can, and get as many top-level guys as you can get. And that I love that.
Yeah, thanks, Dennis. There's even – and listen, there's a lot of different ways to do this. There's even – and this might be going to an extreme, Joe – a law of diminishing returns. If you had 10 second-round picks, how many could make the team? How many make the – like we just kind of laid out.
It wouldn't be all of them.
You have 3 months to decide which are the best ones. And, oh, by the way, if 10 of them make the team, then you're cutting other players. And maybe you like that idea, but now you're unseating A.J. Epinesa, or you're unseating Curtis Samuel, or not to say that anybody is totally protected, but, you know, they've made their commitments to some players. I just don't think they need that many players, that many spots. And the pick slides, you know, if we look at the process of the Worthy trade, forget about what Worthy is, forget about Coleman. You know, they did it to move up to take a third rounder, and they get Dwayne Carter in that deal. When they make the trade, they don't know what they're going to get. It's just we think the third will be better than the fourth, and we'll drop 5 spots to do it. That might be decent process. I don't think there's really that big of a problem with it. I just don't think it's that materially different than just picking the guy that you want. And could you have had Coleman and then you don't get Dwayne Carter? Right, that's true. Who would you have taken instead? That guy might have been active in the AFC Championship game. The guy that you take instead a round later. So there's almost like this. I get it. The draft is fun. We love talking about it. But you're saying we know no one here is better than anybody else. And the draft Knicks like to celebrate that. It's good to know that you don't know that. But we also do know that picking 63rd is going to be better than picking 75th.
Right.
How can you know that if you don't know the...
Yes, and that's where that argument to me is always a little inconsistent. I always take it a different way than that, is that team like trade down no matter what is, well, you do it because you don't know, but yet you're trading down because you think you know who the guy in the 6th round is going to be better than the undrafted guy that I bring in. And how different is that?
Yeah.
Is that really that different? Because how many guys get drafted in the 6th or 7th round that wouldn't have even been drafted by another team in the first place? Like that to me, the draft doesn't end there. Like you add, Sal says it every all the time. You bring 90 players to camp. They're going to sign a bunch of undrafted guys, and a lot of undrafted guys throughout their careers have turned into something too. I don't need to force more day 3 picks when I already have too many, because if that's the worry, is I just want as many lottery tickets as possible, go sign 7 undrafted guys. Those are lottery tickets.
803-0550. It's a good conversation. I like this chat. We'll get some more phone calls in. If you're on hold, stick with us. 803-0550 on trading down or trading that 30th pick for a proven player. I mean, we're 2 weeks out. We'll talk to Chris Brown about this coming up at 8 o'clock. We'll bring you some more of the comments we've got in the chat. It's a little fired up today. 2 weeks out of the draft. Masters Thursday. We're firing. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Never WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Round one of the Masters starts in about 10 minutes. Patton Kizzire, Davis Riley will be the first two on the course. Bigger names later in the day. Scotty Scheffler just after 10 o'clock, his tee time. Rory McIlroy just after 1 for him. To the hockey, Sabres are in action tonight, 7 o'clock against Columbus. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. In basketball, UB women's basketball coach Becky Burke reportedly heading to Arizona to become their head coach after leading UB to the WNIT title last weekend. Luka Doncic making his return to Dallas last night for the first time as a member of the Lakers. Got a lot of ovation, scored 45 points in a Lakers win. In football, TJ Watt sending out a cryptic Instagram post with a peace out sign while wearing a Pittsburgh Steeler uniform. Watt is going into the final year of his contract in Pittsburgh. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
I kind of plan anyway, like, hey, we're going to have injuries, especially up front. I'm looking at it like I already know 2 guys got beat up. You have to plan for these guys to go down. Whether they were facing or not, we know we need to be strong up front, and we're trying to have as many weapons as we can. And probably the best place at this point between now and the draft is the draft. Sometimes post-draft, though, we'll continue to add in the draft, and then I could even see maybe there's an opportunity after the draft, which again speaks to we have to be mindful of our cap, where we're at, and knowing that there may be opportunities after the draft for players to come available.
Bills GM Brandon Bean, the draft is 2 weeks from today. We will be, for our draft party, at Resurgence Brewing, ready for them to draft a player while we are at Resurgence.
Yeah, we're still looking our first drafted player.
We'll do whatever it takes. So Resurgence on Thursday for the draft party. Join us. You can go to their website, check out tickets. We had a great time last year. Excited about it this year, 2 weeks from tonight. Also, a week from today, we'll be on the afternoon show. It's the mock draft special. You can tune in. We'll stream the whole thing on YouTube, and you can check that out, of course. Join us. Sal will be on. Nate will be on 1 week out from the draft to kind of get things geared up. You can join us for that. That's a good time, too.
Yeah. It'll be fun. Who are we going to mock in certain places? How many teams in the league do you know, like, what they need going into the draft? Or what they want?
You know, a good number. Most.
Most of them?
Yeah. Most of them.
Like, what do the Seahawks want?
The Seahawks, they do need receiver. They do need some, but they need
do they need
other
a receiver?
things. They need some. I mean, they got rid of Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. They brought in Cooper Kupp. Like, the Seahawks with someone on the outside. When I listened to Joe Marino and Kyle Krabs do their mock draft where they went back and forth, I'm pretty sure Joe gave the Seahawks Matthew Golden. Like, they need somebody.
At 18. They pick at 18.
Yeah. And, you know, plenty of defense.
Yeah, I kind of forgot Cooper Kupp. Or I didn't forget Cooper Kupp was there, but just that they really have changed their receiver room totally. And, of course, they changed quarterback. They also, what they really need is help on the offensive line. I mean, Geno was pretty good behind what was a really weak offensive line, so Seattle could use some help there as well. All right, 803-0550. We'll get some calls in, 1-888-550-2550. 2 weeks out, we're asking, you know, how you feel about what the Bills should do with the 30th pick, and I'm just kind of pushing back on, you know, team trade down, because everyone loves trading down until it sounds great on draft day. You look really smart on draft day, but then I just feel like the Bills don't have that many jobs. Although the kicker job, we should consider that, right? The Bills, Bass had his struggles, and he came through them and hit big kicks, and we got a lot of the so proud of him, he came through that. They have enough picks where a kicker could happen. I haven't thought of that, but I guess that could be, like, punter I've thought about, because they need a punter. And actually, I think they had a punter in on a visit maybe? Or
and a kicker on. There's a kicker that's coming to their pro day, is what I saw.
Okay.
That's kind of what got me onto, could they reset the counter on that and just go for a kicker? It's not impossible.
Here's the thing, though. Bass would cost, well, let me look at the post-June one, because on the surface it looks like Bass would cost more money to cut. Like $1.3 million more to cut than to have on the roster. But no, if you do it June 1st, you save $700,000 this year, and then next year you have $2 million of dead cap.
Okay,
by cutting Bass.
It was Draft Diamonds reporting this. The Bills are going to have Pittsburgh kicker Ben Sauls in for a workout tomorrow, and he is one of the top kickers in the draft class.
Okay.
So I don't know. I should check where he's projected to go, but kicker could be, something. They have enough picks. That's part of the point here. They have enough picks.
I tend to think that if he doesn't make that 60-yard field goal against the Dolphins, they trade for somebody at that trade deadline.
Yeah.
But he made it, and you weren't going to get rid of him then, right? Especially after the speech after the game and McDermott talking about him, you weren't going to move on from him then. But, man, if he hadn't made that kick, not to say that was the reason why you would have got rid of him, but everything building – he had missed a kick in that game, I think, right, against Miami. Everything building up to that was they got to do something here. But then he made, a 60-yard game winner, and it's okay, you keep going.
803-0550. Larry in South Florida next up. Hey, Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning, boys.
Morning.
I want to chime in on this trading. I don't want to trade down. I don't want to gather more picks. Look, the Sabres had all those picks. Where are we? Still not in the playoffs, so forget about that. I love the idea, although I'm going to tell you why I wouldn't do it, but I absolutely love the idea of getting Hendrickson for two reasons. Number one, he's great. Number two, I want to weaken Cincinnati's defense as much as possible because that offense still scares the you-know-what out of me. And with a weaker defense, I want to score as many points against them as possible. But that's not the reason to do it. If we went ahead and got a TJ Watt, you got Watt and Bosa, who are both often injured. So I wouldn't do that because you're going to spend a lot of money for two guys that may or may not play the entire season. Most likely not for Bosa, and Watt gets a roll of the dice. They're both fantastic and both healthy. Yeah, I'm going to do that, but that's not the case. If we got a Hendrickson and Bosa stays healthy, what are you doing with Rousseau? You just paid him. You're not going to sit him on the bench. Not to mention, are you not going to dress Epinesa? So here's what I would do. First of all, I would love to trade Epinesa just because I'm not a fan. You're not going to get a third for him, but you might get somebody to buy into a fourth, then maybe get a team to give you a third by giving up a fourth and a sixth or a fourth and a fifth because you're going to have so many picks. But what I would really love to see, even though I want Hendrickson, keep our first three picks where they are. I still feel that we got to get a monster defensive tackle, but I know we need a corner. So, whatever is available at number 30, if that corner is rated higher than the best defensive tackle, take him. In the second round, get a tackle and the fastest wide receiver you can get in those first three picks. I don't want to see us move down, and I don't want to see us trade any one of those three picks unless it was a Myles Garrett. Then, I would
Larry,
do it, but that's over.
Thanks, Larry. The Bills might be faced with one of those corner or monster defensive tackle ideas. So Todd McShay, his most recent mock draft, I get the Todd McShay pushes out emails to, I don't know where he posts it, so I got it in my email.
I think he's got his own thing.
Now, yeah,
Substack or whatever.
So I've subscribed to Todd McShay, mock draft 3.0. He actually has Jackson Dart leapfrogging Shedeur Sanders in this draft, but whatever.
Okay.
A mock draft comes, what do you do, Bills fans? Scroll to get down to number 30. Yeah. So when the Bills are on the board, he has the Bills taking at 30, Maxwell Hairston, cornerback, Kentucky. They've seen him mock the Bills many times.
Yep.
Do you know who goes with the very next pick? Another that Bills fans are kind of keyed in on, to the Chiefs, defensive tackle Walter Nolan, Ole Miss. And you know who goes 32? Defensive tackle Kenneth Grant, Michigan, to the Eagles. And just that playing out like that, listen, Bills fans I think will be very happy to get a corner, but there's going to be the tackle over corner crowd and to watch the next two picks be those guys. Like you passed on two guys that have been mocked to you quite a bit, and you go corner. It's fine. It flip a coin. We don't know what they're going to do. We don't know what their board says, and we don't even really know if, let's say they had 85 grade on Kenneth Grant and 85 grade on Maxwell Harrison. They sit in a room and say, like, all right, what do you want? You want the corner or you want the tackle?
Yeah.
How do they determine that? We don't exactly know their process for that either. This is all, the stuff that happens behind closed doors. But whatever. They've got 3 picks in the top 62. And I just think they'll have their opportunity to get the things they need. And I think we'll come out of this draft, ultimately happy because you have 3 picks in the top 2 rounds.
And on the line point, I mean, I think there are enough snaps to go around, especially how they generally operate. They don't love playing guys like crazy amounts of snaps. Rousseau last year played more snaps than like any defensive end in the McDermott era, and it was, I think, mostly out of necessity. So can I find enough playing time for all of those guys, enough of a role to make it worth it? Because I don't see that being a problem. Like Epinesa in the first place, I think if you're trading for TJ Watt, I'm not even keeping Epinesa. I'm not worried about that at all. I'm just like, I can save money by cutting him after June 1st. I'm just going to do that. Maybe they even want him thrown into the trade. He could be the throw-in to Cincinnati or something. But I'm not worried about not trading for TJ Watt or Trey Hendrickson because, I'm not going to have enough snaps left over for AJ Epinesa. Like, I think you can do it with 3. You can have 3 top guys. This is kind of what the Eagles just had, isn't it? That They had a few. It wasn't just 2 guys that were listed as starters and then backups. Like they had 3-4 guys that were all rotational, that were all really good. And that to me would be the equation if you did something like this. If the Bills landed Trey Hendrickson, then suddenly it's, okay, Hendrickson's playing 60% and Rousseau's playing 55% and Joey Bosa's playing 50%. Like, I've got enough room for those 3 to all be on the field for me and to make an impact. And that's not even to speak of the risk of Bosa being an injury, risk and maybe wanting to slow play him as the season goes on.
Yeah, I'm not letting the top of my roster get me afraid of if the bottom of it gets enough snaps.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, 803-0550. Good stuff. Good calls today. Good chat. The chat's alive on YouTube as well. You can pop up there. The Masters were underway, right? 7:40 tee time for the first group.
I think so. I got to find the stream of it. Josh is telling me the official Masters app might actually be the place to go, but I don't know.
We got to know if that Koziol guy has thrown a club yet. At this point, he should throw a club on the first hole. That should just be his thing.
If he wants to make a name for himself, the best way to do that, I mean, he could win, but the other best way to do that would be the guy that got kicked off the Masters on the first hole. You'll be remembered forever as hey, that's the guy that got ejected from the Masters on hole 1 because he snapped his putter in half.
Here comes the putter throw. Oh, wait. A more reserved Gilmore. All right. Exactly. 803-0550. I'm going to download the Masters app. I can't believe I haven't done it yet. We're going to break in and get some calls as well. Chris Brown joining us top of the hour. 2 weeks out from the draft, talking Bills plans and maybe a TJ Watt rumor, speculation, cryptic post. That's how it goes. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. All right, just a few minutes here before we get to Chris Brown. Masters Thursday underway. We've got no live channels up right now on the Masters app. Not yet.
No, so what I've done is just thrown the golf channel on, and they're showing on the range. I think... So Paramount Plus has more streaming rights this year than ESPN Plus does, and I think that's the reason why.
Okay.
Because ESPN Plus used to have it ready to go 7 a.m., like 7:40 first tee times, and Paramount Plus doesn't start until like 8:45.
Okay.
So I think that's why we don't
Yesterday, Cam Smith stole the show. He wore a blazer on the range.
Yes.
I don't know if I've ever seen anybody golf in a jacket before. True or false? What are the chances he's doing this to know what it's like to play golf in a jacket? Huh? Like green jacket?
He's probably just doing a thing. I mean, isn't that a little restrictive of your?
No, he's on the range in a blazer, and I thought it looked pretty good. The main reason it looked pretty good is because it had his Live Team's logo on it, and you couldn't see it because nothing looks worse than all of the Live logos. Every time these guys wear their Live stuff, it's like, oh, I can't believe you still have to do that. Cam Smith, 10 out of 10 on the blazer.
I can't imagine they're going to do that much longer, but maybe. Also, we had the honorary start. You got Jack Nicklaus with the blue quarter zip with the white master logo.
I like it. The
Gary
YouTube
Player
stream
wearing
allows
all
us,
black, of course, is normal.
Yeah, as he always does. Phil also does the Darth Vader these days. The YouTube stream allows us to put the pictures up. Jason Day, looked sharp yesterday. He's into the baggier pants. Got a visor, what looks like a bowling shirt. Looks good. Jason Day, thumbs up.
Yeah.
He's decided to become a fashion icon, Jason Day has, on the golf course. And we have one more. Who's the other one we're going to have? Owen's throwing up pictures for us to evaluate guys on the green carpet. Victor Hovland.
Oh, he wore a sweater yesterday that was like madness.
He used to be stuck in some really bad fits, and his sweater yesterday looked like an 8-bit board in some sort of winter-based video game.
Yes.
Like this is the board.
That's
you've
exactly
got to,
right.
You're never going to remember this game, but Russian Attack.
No.
You'll never remember this game. It was like one of the first 4 games anybody my age has ever played, Russian Attack. I don't even know if anyone made it to the 3rd level. Go do this in the break, Joe. Look up Rush and then _N Attack NES. I'm guessing it's the original Nintendo, maybe even before that.
All right.
Whatever.
Let me find it.
Thank you all of you for indulging us.
The other thing that Jason Day is doing, by the way, is the thick visor. Like the visor with the thick upper. You know what I mean? Like kind of like it reminds me of like what Phil would have worn, like what Mickelson would have worn in '95, for instance.
803-0550. Voice of the Bills, Chris Brown. He'll be joining us 2 weeks out from the draft. We'll chat about the 30th pick, the depth, how many jobs are available, all that good stuff. Chris and Steve have been keyed in on the draft for months, and we'll talk with him coming up in a few moments. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Very excited to be joined by Greg Rousseau of the Bills on the West Her Hotline. Ray Davis, Bills rookie running back here on the West Her Hotline.
The coaches call the West Her Hotline.
Sean McDermott, head coach of the Bills, joins us on the West Her Hotline.
The insiders call the West Her Hotline.
Happy to welcome our man, Ross Tucker. Al Michaels with us, pleased as always to be joined by Eric Wood.
On the West Her Hotline is Buffalo Bills General Manager Brandon Beane.
When the players call, when the coaches call, when the insiders call, the West Her Hotline. Brought to you by the West Her Automotive Group. Welcome to West Her, New York. Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Round one of the Masters is underway. You have a early group of Davis, Riley, and Patton Kizzire out on the course right now. Kizzire bogeyed the first hole. Riley had a par. Some of the bigger names a little bit later on. Scotty Scheffler just after 10 o'clock will be out there. And Rory McIlroy doesn't tee off actually until the 1 o'clock hour. So a lot of golf on the way today. Sabres are in action tonight. That's a 7 o'clock puck drop against the Columbus Blue Jackets, who are still trying to stay alive in the playoff race. Sabres are out of it. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. To football, TJ Watt posting a cryptic social media post, a picture of himself on Instagram in a Steeler uniform giving the peace out sign, which of course led to speculation, and he is in the final year of his contract in Pittsburgh. Tyreek Hill involved in a domestic dispute with his wife at home. Police were called to his residency yesterday. And to college basketball, UB women's basketball coach Becky Burke leaving to become the head coach at Arizona after leading UB to their first ever WNIT title last weekend. Luka Doncic making his return to Dallas last night. Lots of ovations. He had 45 points in a Lakers win. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Scotty Scheffler can make some noise here. This is for Eagle.
You want noise? You got it!
I would say it certainly didn't help.
That might help. That might help. Oh, can you believe it?
Well, here it comes. Oh, my goodness. In your life, have you seen anything like that?
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Happy Masters Thursday. Good Thursday morning. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. You can join us on YouTube. You can call us if you want. We're talking lots of Bills today, in addition to checking in on the Masters, some of the highlights of years past. Not seeing anything on the Masters app just yet. Some of the earliest have gone on. The tournament is underway, but people are still on the range at this point, so lots to get to. We are also 2 weeks out from the NFL draft. The Bills, of course, selecting 30th overall. We spent the last hour or so talking about that 30th pick, about TJ Watt as a potential target, if in fact that's there's any truth to that, or any fire to that smoke, I should say. Trey Hendrickson, and of course the Bills' plans. And joining us on the Western Hotline to jump in on the discussion a bit is play-by-play voice of the Buffalo Bills, and of course you hear him on One Bills Live, Chris Brown, joining us on this Thursday morning. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, guys.
I want to start with a question for you on this draft. I asked Joe, how many jobs do the Bills have available, do you think?
Yeah, we've been kind of knocking this around on One Bills Live as well. Do we expect them to draft 10 players? Just a year removed from drafting 10 players. So I think Beane's going to move around a little bit. Steve is convinced there is no way we're picking at 30. he doesn't know if we're moving up or down, but he says there's no way we're picking at 30. But actually, he took the time to look it up, and I think Brandon Beane only went stick and pick in round 1 once in his 7 drafts. So,
is that Rousseau?
I think it's Rousseau, yeah.
Yeah.
And Ed Oliver in the top 10.
Right.
So maybe it's twice. Steve's research might need a little work. Happy birthday to Steve today, by the way. Yeah, so he's a guy that we know likes to move around, not a person to sit on his hands during the draft. So, yeah, I think they're going to use some of that draft capital on day 3. You got 7 picks on day 3. Are you really using 7 on day 3? Probably not, right? So, use that to parlay yourself into some higher positions in the draft. I think round 3 is sticking out like a sore thumb where the Bills do not have a pick, and I would be inclined to believe they're going to use some of that draft capital to get into round 3 because everyone we've talked to is of the same mindset that there is a noticeable drop-off after round 3 going to day 3. So I could see the Bills wanting to get up in that area somewhere at the end of day 2 and make a pick.
Yeah, 2/4 and 3/5 to do work there. Or sorry, 2/4, 2/5, and 3/6. Yeah, well, they've got the ammo. Is I guess the takeaway here.
Yes, absolutely, and I would expect them to move into round 3 before day 2 is done, especially if they haven't moved around prior to that. Whether it's a slide back in round 1 or whether they did something in round 2 to move up. So I would be inclined to think they make themselves participants in round 3. If the first 2 rounds kind of go relatively quietly.
Yeah, and the move up idea, because they have all this ammo, it's tough though, right? Because if there's 2 parts of trading up in round 1, which Beane's done several times as well, which is are your day 3 picks going to be enough to move you very far in the first round? And also, what should they be shooting for? I mean, last year we talked a lot about them shooting up for a receiver if one of them fell, and there are corners available, but I don't know, Chris, because a lot of the guys we often talk about are there are options, right? Like there isn't a giant drop off. It seems at either corner or D-tackle, maybe D-tackle a little more so. But that would be my question: is what are you moving up for, and why? I guess would there be like a desperation to do it?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance that come the early 20s, there could be a run on defensive tackles. So if there's one that you're absolutely in love with and the run starts, maybe you make a move at that point in time. I think we kind of calculated, and I realize the trade value charts vary in terms of the value that they put on each pick, but I think with your pick at 30 and 2 of your 5s, you can get up to 24 because it's only like 120 points, I think, difference. Or maybe it's a 4 and a 5. Forgive me for not remembering off the top of my head. So you can make a move about 5, 6 picks to do that if you wanted to, because I think you can make an argument from like 21 all the way down to about 28. There's about 7 teams that you can make an argument need defensive line help. So it wouldn't shock me if that's where the run starts there. And that could prompt, Brandon Beane. If there's somebody he's absolutely got to have him type of player, making a move like that. I don't know that you move up for a corner. I don't think there's going to be too many corners coming off the board in round 1 anyway. I think the Bills, if they just stick and pick at 30, I think they have a really good chance to get the 3rd or 4th best corner in the draft, which, might not be a bad idea, knowing in terms of starter holes left to fill, you still need a CB2 here.
Yeah. Chris, the pre-draft is extension time and free agency, and we saw the defense get a lot of attention. They extend Bernard, they extend Benford, they extend Rousseau, and then Ogunjobi and Michael Hoyt and Joey Bosa. I mean, I have an expectation this defense is going to have, if I even need to say, a bounce back year. They were good at certain things last year, but it kind of feels like the transition year we just talked about a lot. A lot of that was a defensive transition. Offense has its stable pieces, and they can really add, whether it's corner 2 or a defensive tackle. It feels like this defense will have high expectations going into the season.
Well, you'd like to think they're better equipped to be better against the run, have a better and more potent pass rush to affect quarterbacks on third down, where the Bills ranked 29th in the league in third down defense. They were middle of the pack in run defense, and I think they were 18th in sacks with just 37. So the pass rush needed an upgrade. They've addressed that to some extent with Joey Bosa and some of the other additions that you mentioned. And they need help on the back end to cover. You know, you hear Coach McDermott say it all the time. The rush and the coverage work together. I think they have to do a better job of working together going forward because it just did not match up well enough last season, and that's why they had trouble getting off the field unless they took the ball away. And they did an outstanding job at taking the ball away. It was the best thing that they did because they finished second in total takeaways last year, and I think first or second in turnover margin. That's the only reason that the team went as far as they did, because they were taking the ball away. But you can't live and die off of that, because when that dries up and you don't have anything else left to stand on, your defense suddenly becomes very ordinary. So I think they recognize that. They've done what they've had to address it in free agency, and now I expect them to address it in the draft as well. I mean, let's just say they keep 7 picks, guys, out of the 10. I mean, we're kind of expecting at least 5 to be defense, right?
Yeah. Would you include, for those picks, are you of the belief that safety is on the table? Maybe if it's the right safety at 30, because there are some guys in the mix here, whether it's Eminwari, people who are in love with the idea of the athletic profile. You know, we've seen some teams take a safety, kind of the chess piece, movable safety, and I wonder if you think the safety spot is kind of locked down or if it is in the mix.
Yeah, I don't think it's locked down. I'm kind of expecting them to add one in the draft. Where in the draft, I think is just going to be a matter of opportunity. You know, I'm not expecting Eminwari to be there at 30 because his physical skill set is too dynamic to argue to last that long. But who knows? You know, maybe some quarterbacks get pushed up, maybe some D tackles. You know, there's a run on D tackles in the 20s, as I suggested, and maybe he does trickle down there. Yeah, you're going to have a long conversation about that based on the profile. And not only that, the versatility of that kid. I mean, he could be a hybrid linebacker. He could play in a 3-safety nickel package if you wanted to do that, because he can cover as well. So the amount of things you can do with him combined with the physical skill set is what makes him so attractive. So, yeah, I mean, he would have to be a consideration just because of the profile and the amount of different things you could do with him. But if it doesn't happen in round 1, I wouldn't write it off. I think there's a very good chance that they look for safety depth. I mean, we have to remember, too, Hamlin's on a 1-year deal, Derek Forrest is on a 1-year deal, and Cam Lewis is in the last year of his contract. So you always have to, as a GM, not only plan for the here and now, but a year from now sometimes as well. So if it's a superstar like Eminwari and he's on the board, yeah, you consider him early. Otherwise, I think it's a lesser consideration, you know, sometime late on day 2, day 3 type of stuff.
Right. Might not feel like something you have to address, especially early on in the draft. You said, and I agree with this, that like if they were to make 7 picks, 5 are defense? I mean, offensively, is it just kind of the speed receiver? Like, they're having a lot of visits right now with speed receivers. They are more so guys, though, that are 3rd, 4th, 5th round caliber. Like, there's nobody I've seen that they've brought in, unless Isaiah Bond goes way higher than he could in, like, round 1 prospects. It's more middle of the round guys. That's kind of it, right? Like, even that second position, I'm sure they could grab a lineman or something on day 3 just to do it. But offensively, other than like one more receiver with a very specific skill set, Chris, do you see anything that you think the Bills will target?
Yeah, I mean, it has been guys that are clocking in the 4.3s that have been making some pre-draft visits. So, you know, you can pick one of those guys up, you know, late in the draft. I mean, I've actually been kind of combing through a bunch of those over the last week or so. And I'm like, oh, man, this guy runs 4.37. Oh, man, this guy runs 4.34. Now, there are nicks and chinks in the armor in terms of their complete profile, which is why they're considered day 3 selections. But, you know, the Bills are doing their due diligence. And, you know, if they have an extra pick in the 6th round, you know, yeah, take a flyer on a guy. I think the other position and we talked about this a little bit yesterday on the show, that is kind of getting forgotten too, is the tight end spot from the standpoint of the third tight end position. Quentin Morris is still out there in free agency, and yes, you have Zach Davidson, but he's kind of a one-trick pass catcher at the tight end position. So if you need a tight end to do some dirty work, I mean, that could be a consideration on day 3 as well, somewhere in that 5th to 6th round range.
Chris Brown joining us on the Western Hotline. You know, Chris, as we talk about that speed at receiver, how do you see this whole thing mixing in? I mean, McDermott talked about how significant of a loss Mac Hollins was. And to me, the bigger story about Mac Hollins' departure, you know, Palmer comes in, Cooper's still out there. I feel like they might have been a little bit surprised to lose Hollins and probably entered the offseason with the belief that they could get him back. And, you know, he had such a good season. New England wanted to sign him and maybe give him a bigger role. So how do they fill that? Does it have to be a receiver? Could it be a defensive back? They see somebody in the role, because we are seeing, of course, special teams with the revamped kickoff back to more importance. And the later rounds could be spent on guys that you think are going to fill those kind of jobs.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Laviska Shenault and Brandon Codrington are your 2 returners, so I think you're covered there on special teams. What you need people to cover kicks, and guys that run 4-3 help you cover kicks. So I think that's part of it. And some of those guys, if you dig into their profiles, have special teams experience. There's one guy that I was looking at yesterday, I'm not going to remember his name now, but he had over 1,000 snaps on cover teams. That's going to be valuable in round 6, and that's probably going to get that kid drafted because that's where a team is going to stick him as a rookie, especially if they have, you know, a receiving core that's pretty much, you know, set from 1 through 4 or even 1 through 5. So, you know, those are the kinds of guys that earn themselves opportunities because of their special teams experience, and I would expect the Bills to be looking for somebody like that, whether it's receiver, whether it's a defensive back, whether it's even a linebacker that can really run. You know, I think they want to make sure that they're buttoned up on special teams under new special teams coordinator Chris Tabor. And, you know, you need some guys with some kind of special teams experience coming in as rookies, especially if you have a hole or two there and you know they're going to have to be on the field.
Special teams, we brought up earlier, kicker. The Bills are having a kicker in for a visit tomorrow. And I just wonder, you know, Bass had his struggles and got through those, but should we consider the idea that a kicker could be something they look at later in the draft?
Yeah, I mean, with Bean, you know, you can't rule anything out. Sometimes I will say this, the Bills over the years on pre-draft visits really run the gamut, whether it's high-end players that maybe they didn't get enough meeting time with through the pre-draft process, or day 3 guys that they may have a question about and just want to cross some T's and dot some I's on and say, yeah, you know what? If this guy is available, you know, in round 6, he's in our little candidate pool of who we would consider strongly there. And then they even, from time to time, have brought guys in on pre-draft visits that probably aren't going to get drafted, but they want to make a connection with that player by having them in, spending a day with them. So when the stock market starts at the end of the draft and you got 32 teams on phones trying to recruit undrafted players, making that connection with an undrafted player that they could see as a guy that's got a pathway perhaps to the roster in a year or two. Oh, you know what? I spent the day with the Bills. You know, I'm going to sign with those guys. I really like what I heard from them. That's how fine the Bills and maybe a handful of other teams cut it with pre-draft visits. So that kicker coming in, they may not have any plans of drafting him, but maybe they're trying to make a connection with him to see if we get to undrafted rookies. Hey, come on in, come compete. Let's see what we can get you to do. It makes a difference sometimes.
Chris Brown with us on the Western Hotline. You guys yesterday spent a little time on like dark horse positions in the draft. Me and Jeremy have a bet what they'll draft earlier, running back or linebacker. I don't know if those came up yesterday, but what would you be more, put it this way, what would you be more stunned at? Them drafting, not round 1, but, you know, if they get their way to round 3 and do one of those positions, like which one would you be stunned at if they prioritized it?
I'm not stunned by anything Brandon Beane does anymore, but not trying to dodge the question. But, yeah, I mean, I guess you can't overlook the fact that, you know, you got James Cook going into the last year of his contract as of right now. Does drafting a running back signal something, and do you want that drama? I don't know that he cares, but linebacker, I really kind of like their depth there. You could always use another one, and we know Milano's going to be a free agent after this year, after renegotiating his deal. I don't know that either would shock me, because I think I can find a way to explain the pick position-wise. So I don't know if either one of those would shock me. I think an offensive tackle would shock me, because they have 4 right now.
Yeah.
Right. Do you feel like linebacker 2 might be what they think of Dorian Williams long term? Like he was good but not perfect last year when he played in place of Milano. And if Milano is if he's going into his last year as a Buffalo Bill, then you have a guy that was a 3rd-round pick that's a great athlete, but I don't know. It might be a question for Bean or McDermott of how much they think he can grow in the rest of his game to become like a full-time starter.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you and I are on different pages, but I really liked what Dorian Williams did. He wasn't great at the start of the year, but, man, he really came along. And it's hard not to notice him because he is everywhere all the time. It wouldn't shock me, if he by the second half of the season is starting, something like that. I see him really pushing Milano this year. That may be blasphemous to say because I know everybody loves Milano and I do too. But he is so athletic. I mean, think about this, guys. He started 9 games last year, and then Milano comes back. At the end of the year, Dorian Williams was still the team's leading tackler. Like, it wasn't even, you know what I mean? And I mean, they played a little base defense, but not that much. And the guy's the team's leading tackler starting 9 games. I mean, you don't see that very often. I think it's just an indication of what a playmaker he is. So, I respectfully, I think he had a pretty damn good season last year, and I don't think they're worried about him if he has to step into the starting lineup again this year at all.
Chris Brown on the Western Hotline. Chris, thanks for the time, and we'll be listening today coming up on One Bills Live.
All right, take care, fellas.
All right. Chris Brown. He's got me thinking about trading from the 4th into the 3rd, Joe. And this is the fun of the draft if you are personnel. Like, you're in the draft war room. Your job is to do what? Like, here's an example. The Bills have the 9th pick. I'm sorry, no, not the 9th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 7th pick of the 4th round. Mm-hmm. So getting into the 3rd round is, you are moving from you're moving from day 3 to day 2. This means for our draft party on Friday, we might have to stay late because they might move into the 3rd round. But your 2/4 would get you into the 3rd with a late 3rd round pick. So you want to make an offer of, we'll give you our 2/4 and a 5th. What do you have to do? What you have to do is you look at the 3rd round, the end of the 3rd round, and say, okay, who wants picks here? Who is in we actually want to draft 10 players, but they only have 6 picks, right? Here we are talking about the Bills having 10 picks, and maybe we only want them to draft 7 players. So it's about who on the board, identifying that now. Maybe you lay the groundwork to call Minnesota, Miami, the Giants, the Browns, the Chiefs. Who could I get to drop 10 spots, and I'll give you 3 picks that are later in the draft because we like somebody here in the 3rd round. And, of course, future picks are available as well if they want to do that. But, it's not a huge jump to jump from 109, which is where they are in the 4th, to the last pick of the 3rd round, the compensatories, is 102. Those are not big leaps in those spots.
At that point, though, it almost feels like the same pick. Like, I know it is day 3 to day 2, and it's 4th round to 3rd round, and the round number is always so much more of how we judge these guys. Yeah. But that's one thing I always try to remind myself of. Like, this was a little bit of Coleman last year, right? Like, think of him like a 1st round pick. Sometimes I do like doing that, though. Like, if the Bills draft a guy at 109, there's a big difference between 3rd round getting up to like in the 70s compared to drafting like 100.
Sure. But there's also a little bit of a trap there. If you're going to say Coleman's essentially a 1st, do I get to go the other way and say late 1sts are essentially 2nds?
Well, really, like that's they're almost like mini rounds, right?
Right. The round breaks are like these kind of artificial
borders,
where we splice it, right? Like the gap. Just to give an example here, the gap from in the value chart from the top of the 4th to the end of the 4th is 51 points on the draft value chart. That is the difference between the 17th and the 18th pick. overall. To give you an idea of
Yeah.
the draft value chart, 50 points from 17 to 18 is the same as the gap between the first and the last pick of the fourth round.
Right.
So, yeah, the round breaks can be a little bit deceiving.
The other thing, too, this is all like just an exercise in how you think of things. The Bills, like, okay, they don't have a third-round pick, right? Well, they kind of do. They kind of do. If you kind of boil it all down, what ended up happening at the end of the day is they swapped Diggs for Cooper to trade up from the third to the second round. Like, their third-round pick is really kind of the second round if you just kind of cancel out the wide receiver transactions. They have a third, it's just in the second. So if they weren't in the second, if they had never made any of these trades and they had a first, second, and third like they had originally, then would we feel like, oh, they got to go up and get a pick in the third round? No, we probably wouldn't be.
Yeah. 8030550. The Masters underway.
Yes, Davis Riley, your leader. 1 under.
1 under.
And I'm watching Bernard Longer on the driving range. I do like it is golf.
Excuse
golf
me.
is,
It's
What?
who Longer? It's not Bernard. It's Bernhard, isn't it?
That's how
Bernhard
it's
Longer.
spelled. Is that how it's pronounced?
There's an H
though?
in there. It's Bernhard.
I don't know. Golf is the only sport where, hey, the guy that won this in 1985 is participating today.
Yeah, there's not many other places you could do that.
No.
Welcome to Super Bowl 63. Here's
Joe Montana. Right. Like in uniform.
Yeah. Bernhard Longer. All right. 8030550. We have open lines, something you heard there about the draft, what they could do. Their visits. There's a lot of receivers in those visits. That's exciting stuff. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring. 8030550 on WGR.
550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
First round of the Masters is underway. Only a couple of pairings, though, are out on the course right now. Davis Riley just birdied again, so he is 2 under through 4. The very, very, very early leader. Nikolai Hogard, meanwhile, from Denmark, is already 3 over. I believe he triple bogeyed. No, went bogey, double bogey to start his tournament. Most of the big names not out yet. You'll get Scotty Scheffler in about an hour and a half. Rory McIlroy doesn't tee off until 1:15 later on today. Sabres in action tonight, 7 o'clock puck drop against Columbus. Blue Jackets still trying to stay alive in the playoff race. Sabres are out of it. 6 o'clock pregame here on WGR. In football, TJ Watt posted a picture on social media of him saying peace out in a Steeler uniform. He has 1 year left in his contract, so of course there was speculation there. In college basketball, UB women's basketball coach Becky Burke leaving to become the head coach at Arizona, reportedly, after leading UB to the WNIT title. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
I think that this is a good draft for the Bills' needs, mainly because there's not a guy in this class, or there are very few guys in this class who really project to be that classic X receiver who's really fast and really big, but at the same time you have a lot of guys who do a great job working longer horizontal breaking routes, who can then use their speed and be able to get yards after the catch, or guys who can do a little bit of everything. And certainly with the Bills, it seems like that's the profile they're looking for a lot of these talents.
That's Matt Waldman, he of the rookie scouting portfolio. We chatted with him yesterday about lots of things, tight ends, running backs, quarterbacks, receivers. He has that rookie scouting portfolio you can purchase. It's great prep for the draft, great prep for your fantasy if you're thinking about like dynasty rookie rankings and all that. Really good stuff in there. And then yesterday we found the Bills have a meeting scheduled with Jalen Royals, their 6th wide receiver that is a speed receiver. It could be the 4th round spot. 2 picks in the 4th, 3rd round could be somewhere there if they move up there, and maybe it's Isaiah Bond if it's in the mid or late 2nd. I don't see him going first, Joe. I see a lot of the Bond stuff is like second to 3rd.
Yeah,
but you never know. We'll see how it ultimately goes.
Speed guys sometimes will go a little higher if that's what they would even consider him. The guy actually I mentioned earlier, I listened to a bunch of Steve Palazzolo and Sam Monson, and they got to the Bills. There, as Waldman put it, there aren't a lot or almost any of like the big X receivers with speed in this draft. There's one though, and that's the guy that Monson liked for the Bills, which is Jaden Higgins, who is 6'4", has a 6'7" wingspan, ran a 4.47 at the combine. And I had not thought about him for the Bills for a second, just because I didn't think he's not slow. Or maybe the tape would say different. I don't know on this, but that them drafting another big physical receiver after they just drafted a big physical receiver would be kind of weird, I think.
Well, the thing about Jaden Higgins, Matt Harmon, reception perception. So he's one of the Iowa State guys. His success against man coverage, he's in the 15th percentile. He does not beat man. He does not beat press.
That's tough.
And his zone stuff is modest. He's huge, but, if you want him, he says he kind of compares him to Keon Coleman on some level.
So I don't love that.
Yeah. Here's what he said about Keon Coleman, and he says it about Jaden Higgins. You cannot find a single quality, high-volume starting X who is struggling to win against press coverage. The player does not exist. So there you go.
Okay.
That's Jaden Higgins. Struggles to beat press. You can't be the high-volume starting X. Now, you could just be a guy that doesn't get high volume and be in an everybody-eats offense.
Yeah.
One guy that I wonder about for them, if they want to continue to be what they are, guys on the outside, like who replaces Mac Hollins? Because Hollins is on the field a lot because he blocked well, and Gabe Davis used to block really well.
Yeah.
Do they see blocking receiver? Because if they do, then it's Ayamanor from Stanford, who is, he blocks like his life depends on it on run plays. Like he is aggressive and fully committed, and some team is going to love him because of what he does in the run game.
The Bills. I was trying to figure out like what Joe Brady's system is in comparison to some of the other offensive minds of the league. Because one thing that I've heard a lot about McVay's system recently, and the Seattle too. Because does Seattle have a McVay guy now? Or maybe it was more about McVay, but either way, that maybe Seattle's trying to become more like a McVay system where all their receivers are guys that end up playing kind of in the slot. Yeah. And they're asked
tight formations.
Yeah, tight formations, and they're asked to do such a physical job. There's a lot of blocking involved. If you like Tutu Atwell's the guy they just brought back, but was a second-round pick of theirs a few years ago, and he's not played much. And one reason why is, which is why it was a weird fit, he's tiny. And the Rams ask their receivers with their system to, line up in the inside a lot and be very physical, blocking all the time. Maybe that's why Cooper Kupp is his body's kind of caught up to him. While Puka Nacua is saying, I'm only playing till 30. He said that last week.
The funny thing about all that, though, is McVay made comments about Tutu Atwell this week.
Yeah.
Saying, I have to do a better job making sure he gets the ball.
Okay.
So they're kind of
to get him the ball a little bit.
They're kind of recommitted to that, yeah.
But historically, they are the team that is our receivers gotta block. Robert Woods and Kupp and Nacua, they've got to be able to do that. And is that Brady? I don't know what his system is in comparison. Is that kind of an element of Brady's system that maybe the priority of the outside burner isn't as big because there might be plays and formations where the Bills just don't even have an outside receiver. They just have guys that are lined up a little tighter on the inside.
Yeah. I guess one name here for this, to get to your general point, they've asked Dalton Kincaid to add play strength.
Right.
Why? Is it why?
They want his body to be able to hold up when he's playing a physical brand in the run game, right?
That's got to be a big part of it. Anyway, 803-0550. If you want to jump in, you can. I'm watching the Masters on the Range.
How is I'm watching? Okay, so you're watching Masters on the Range. I'm watching the whole 4, 5, and 6 broadcast is up.
Okay.
I don't know who it is. It's Kizier. It's our the Maniac guy. He is in the trees right now.
Okay.
He is walking in the trees. You can hardly see him, but he's about to hit a shot out of somewhere.
I am watching Fred Couples on the Range hit ball speeds of 160.
Okay. 160?
Yeah.
At how old is he?
60 years old. Fred Couples got me thinking about one thing.
Oh, and he just tweeted out the picture, by the way, of Kizier. He's invisible. You can't see him. But there's the golf ball. Yeah.
Couples got me thinking about something. Let's say you're not a golf fan, but your friends are, and you don't really know that much. You've been invited to a Masters party. Here's how you fit in, okay? Fred Couples comes on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
You just say this, Freddie. And that's it. Just do that. And your friends will be like, yeah, Freddie. Love him. Gotta love Freddie. Freddie. Just say that 5 times, and your friends that like golf will think that you know golf. There's a couple things you can just say. Right. And you know what? Let's do this with a couple different golfers. Patrick Reed goes on the screen. You just go, Patrick Reed.
This guy.
That's it.
Yeah, this guy.
Your golf-loving friends will be like, "Oh yeah,
he knows.
You know golf."
Yep.
I don't know how many other players that's true of.
Who else would that be true of? Well, there's no one else is really hated like that, right? Or disliked. It could have been DeChambeau a few years ago, but not anymore.
Right. That's right. You could also make comments.
What about with Phil? Phil.
Sure, you could do that. Now I'm thinking about the course, right? They get to Amen Corner.
Yeah.
And they start to get to the signature holes. You could just say something like, here we go. right?
Mhm.
Here
we
it comes. They tee off on 11. You don't even know anything about the Masters. They're teeing off on 11. You're at a par. Ooh, all right. Buckle up, everybody. Just say that. Like, oh, yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to help you fit into your Masters party that you maybe don't even want to go to, but whatever.
Fred Couples, 65 years old, by the way.
65, hitting 160 ball speed on the range.
That's insane.
With a smooth swing.
He won the Masters in 1992. Only one major for Fred Couples? Guess I didn't know that. Thought it would have been I might have guessed 5.
But Joe, it's Freddie. Freddie.
It's Freddie.
You want to see every golf fan alive lose their mind on the weekend? Put Freddie 3 strokes back on Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh, Freddie!
Do you remember when Tom Watson was in contention at the Open Championship? One of the majors, when he's in his 60s, he's in it. And it was wild. It was everyone rooting for the old guy, right? Yeah. Everyone get behind the old guy if he's in contention at a major. And I think it was within the last decade, I think that Watson was doing it. Now he's on the ceremonial, tee shot in the mornings.
It's a beautiful time. Is it snowing in the city? Someone in the chat has pointed out that it's snowing in the city.
I mean, it's not snowing here.
Okay. I'm down in my bunker, my home studio bunker for a Thursday show, and I have not seen if it's snowing, and if it is, I'm not leaving this room.
Yeah. And by the way, it was more than 10 years ago. 2009, Tom Watson was in a playoff at the Open Championship. He lost a playoff.
803-0550, our phone number. Pick of the week is coming up. We'll get to more of your phone calls, reset our conversation on the draft as we're 2 weeks out. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
All right, time for some 2-minute trivia. Owen's not allowed to play because he's an expert in this category. Josh, you could play too. It's goalie trivia.
Ooh,
also,
all
Owen
right.
has the answers. So that's another reason why he won't be able to do it. Can you name the 7 goaltenders as this week, the reason this is coming up, Ottawa clinches the playoffs this week? Name the 7 goalies in history that have played for the Sabres and the Senators.
Ooh, okay. Let's go Craig Anderson, obviously. Let's get that out of the way early.
Correct.
Robin Lehner.
That's 2.
Linus Ullmark?
Linus Ullmark right now, obviously.
Yeah.
Who is the biggest reason why they've made it.
Man, that's kind of where my list runs out.
I can tell you. Let's see. You have how many of them? 4. You have 3 of them. These are goalies that have played for the Sabres and the Senators. As Ottawa makes the playoffs this week with Ullmark.
Dominic Hasek.
So you have Anderson, Craig Anderson, Dominic Hasek, Linus Ullmark, and Robin Lehner.
How many left?
3. I would only expect you to get 1 without hints.
Leonard, Ullmark, Anderson, Hasek. Ron Tugnut.
Nope. You have a 3-year backup of the Sabres in the Miller era.
Patrick Lalime.
Patrick Lalime, who won a total of 9 games in 3 seasons, by the way.
With the Sabres?
With the Sabres, yeah. He won.
You got a shout-out when Miller won the Vezina.
So Patrick Lalime. That's right, he did. And then you have a former Vezina winner of the Sabres. Tom Barrasso.
Okay.
I would have never had you getting Ottawa. And I'm not even going to try to get you to Anders Nielsen, who's the other one.
No, I was not going to get that one.
Those are your 7, though. 5 guys that were pretty good. You got 3 Vezina winners on that list, including Hasek.
Not bad. 2-minute trivia. I jumped in halfway through. Chaos over here.
I was hoping someone was going to... You had to get in to get Hasek.
Yes.
Him in Ottawa was kind of forgotten, but he was there. And luckily, he wasn't there in the playoffs.
Yeah, right. Well, how much of a different story would we have about that team?
Very different.
Yeah. They lose 1 round earlier.
I mean, I actually did this yesterday. I don't even know why. The highlights of Game 1 popped up yesterday, and I watched them because I had to. And Emery was so bad.
Yeah.
He was so. Game 1, at least. Game 1 does not... Emery has the puck, and he pushes it with his glove out to Connolly with 10 seconds left.
That was a tough one. Great game. Loved the game.
Yep.
Pick of the week. Pick of the week is brought to you by Riverfront Auto Sales. You can give them a call at 886-1626. The pick of the week from Riverfront is a 2015 white Jeep Grand Cherokee 4-wheel drive, ready to take you wherever the road leads. With all the luxury, comfort, and rugged power you need, the Jeep is a steal. Leather seats, sunroof, all the latest tech to keep you cruising in style. Don't miss out. It's a Grand Cherokee that won't last long. Visit Riverfront Auto Sales today, 1379 Niagara Street. Call 886-1626 and visit riverfrontautosales.com. The pick of the week is, of course, the Masters. Patrick Reed is going with a camo top today. We're going like the golf camo.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm not loving it. That's different than his Darth Vader outfit, though.
I have a pair of golf camo shorts. I kind of like them, but I feel like I can't wear them at Augusta. He's rocking camo at Augusta. A camo polo for, of course, his live team and whatever. The Aces, yes, great. Congratulations, Patrick Reed. The teams in live. I can't. My brain shuts off. That's right. You have to wear those You know what it reminds me of? In Office Space when they have to wear the flare, and Jennifer Aniston's like, where are your buttons? You got to wear your flare. Oh, all these live teams where's your button? Where's your flare? All right, sorry. It's my random rant about live stuff. I just can't imagine everyone out there wearing the same clothes because they're on teams that nobody cares about. When they reunify live in the tour, they have to agree to get rid of the teams, right?
Yes.
Forever. Never do that again. Certainly don't make them wear stupid stuff like the Yard Goats or whatever the heck.
Yard Goats.
Is that a thing, or is that a baseball team?
Crushers.
The Yard Goats is a AAA baseball team.
Okay, whatever. The Range Goats.
Range Goats.
Sergio, that team has got the worst gear. Are they the Fireballers or something like that?
Yep.
It's all terrible.
Fireball GC.
Fireball.
I'm just guessing. I think one of them's a GC, though. One of them's got GC.
Of course. I'm surprised nobody's the Kraken. Just be the Kraken. Anyway,
well, look at this. Right. Mike Weir, 1 under. All right. See if he birdies this.
803-0550. We'll get a break in. We have an open segment when we return. We'll check in with Jeff Metis also. Let you know about the WGR VIP golf card, something you can purchase. Jeff's a little bit of a part of that with us. So stay tuned. He'll join us at 9:30, some more golf talk. Maybe we'll do some more hushed voices to talk about the Bills and Sabres in tribute to the Masters. It's Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550. The radio home of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
The Masters is underway. You got a few groups out on the course right now. Couple of players that are 1 under, including former winner Mike Weir, Zach Johnson, Chris Kirk, Michael Kim, Jonathan Vegas. Those are the players so far that are 1 under. Joe Highsmith is in last with a 2 over. You don't have any big names out there yet. Soon, though, you've got Scotty Scheffler in just over an hour, Rory McIlroy later on at 1 o'clock. To hockey. The Sabres in action tonight, 7 o'clock against Columbus. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Columbus fighting for a playoff spot, or to stay alive for one at least. In football, TJ Watt put a picture up on social media of him saying the peace out sign in a Steeler uniform, which of course led to speculation as he has 1 year left in his deal. Tyreek Hill had police show up at his house yesterday for a domestic dispute involving him and his wife. In college basketball, UB women's head coach Becky Burke is leaving to become the head coach at Arizona, reportedly after leading UB to the WNIT title. Luka returns to Dallas yesterday for the first time since the trade. He had 45 points in a win for the Lakers. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hear this, Kenny. The depth of this kid's preparation for this stage, for this moment, just runs so deep. There's no doubt in my mind he's very aware of the significance of this putt. This for the record.
There it is, a win for the ages. There it is, as grand as it gets. What a way to cap it off. And Tiger has his slam.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Scotty Scheffler, tee time is 10:15. He is out on the putting green right now. I learned that there's a champion's range.
Really?
If you have won
their own range?
Yes, if you have won the Masters, you can go to a different driving range to practice, to get warmed up.
Is it nicer?
It's
private, probably?
It's private, right. It's away from the cameras and away from spectators. It's a private range. Found a post about all the things you win when you win the Masters. You win at Augusta.
Yeah.
And, so you get the green jacket. Everybody knows that, right? Green jacket. The color is Pantone 342C, also known as Augusta Green. An engraved gold nameplate inside, take it home for a year, then it's on site at Augusta. Your name gets engraved on the trophy. Not the trophy itself, but first given to Oliver Palmer. The trophy's a replica and made from 900 separate pieces of silver. Each winner's name is added to the silver band every year. You get a replica of the trophy. 40% of the size of the original, you can take that home, put it on your mantle. You get a Masters gold medal, 3.5-inch medal, raised image of the clubhouse on the front.
Nice.
You get a gold locket.
Okay.
The winner has to wait for Ben Crenshaw. The winner waits for this. Ben Crenshaw presents the Masters champion with a locket at the champion's dinner. It's supposed to go to your wife. It's a beautiful gold locket that opens 3 ways, has a silhouette of the clubhouse. Invitation to the Champions Dinner, of course. That one you know about. Honorary membership to Augusta. A locker in the Champions locker room, which is too small, so you share lockers. Scotty shares a locker with Charles Cootie and the late Byron Nelson. Champions only range. The tournament practice facility is what the other participants use. The Champions range isn't long or fancy, but does give more privacy. You get a lifetime invitation to the Masters, as we know. That's why Mike Weir's there. Yep. You get a lot of points in the standings. You get $3.6 million. You get a 5-year exemption to every major, a 5-year PGA Tour exemption, and a special tea time each year. Every Masters champ is allowed to bring a guest to play the Sunday before the Masters. So that's what you get when you win the Masters.
That's a lot. It's all pretty good. You become a member, too? Well, like, can you play it whenever you want?
An honorary member.
Honorary member. Okay.
Yes.
I was looking at a list of people that are members there, and I found a list. There are 3 former NFL players that are members at Augusta National. And this is one I can't believe they don't talk about it more, and I'm going to trust that this is true. It's from golf.com. Peyton and Eli are members at Augusta.
Okay.
So that's how good you have to be, or how famous you have to be as a quarterback to start with. Lynn Swann is the other one, is a member at Augusta National, as is Roger Goodell, which is more in line with, I feel like the list I saw of who's a member, it's all like CEOs, basically. The people that aren't the professional golfers.
Ready?
Yeah.
Want to bet for the bet board? Who would take no, though? Will Josh become a member at Augusta?
Oh, no, I wouldn't take no. I'd bet yes.
It's going to be a yes, right?
I'd definitely bet yes. He said he's played it already.
Yes, and he'd have to be invited, but, I mean, come on. He takes golf seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, if Peyton and Eli are there.
Right. Peyton and Eli are there. Who else is... I actually, it'd be a more interesting list. Who's tried to get a membership at Augusta and hasn't been able to? Like, has Brady tried?
It's a great question.
Feels like he would have, because if Peyton can get one, wouldn't you think Brady could get one? But I don't know what goes into that. Behind that's
Brady
politics.
does want everything Peyton gets, right? That's why he wants to be on TV.
Yep.
It's my psychoanalysis.
Allen becoming a member at Augusta. The bigger bet is, will Augusta... Is it too premier for him?
No.
Someday.
I mean, right now, maybe.
Right. No, it is, because just not every quarterback can get it. I would bet.
I'm sure he can get on if he wants.
He could play it.
He could probably just
become a member.
That's what I'm saying. Put it on the bet board. You want to bet it?
I still don't want to bet it, but I'm just not.
It's like a 40-year bet. We'll both be dead in the ground. Who cares?
That's the thing, right? Like, he'll become a member in like 2056. And like, Joe owes me $25.
Right. 803-0550 if you want to join us, in 1-888-550-2550. I think we will check in with chat in a few minutes, because something happened on the chat that I'm very eager to talk about.
Oh?
Yeah. So anyway, 2 weeks from the draft, we've talked a lot about the Bills' 30th pick, about a Trey Hendrickson idea, TJ Watt. There's going to be some speculation there if it's real or not. Or should they just, draft with the 30th pick? Don't trade it. Just go ahead and draft somebody. And you can chime in at WGR 550 at our Twitter page, and also in the chat. We've got the results in the chat if you want to do that. Hendrickson's a great idea. I am of the belief that the Bengals would not do it. You'd have to blow them out of the water for them to give you a premier pass rusher. I just don't think it's in the cards.
Yeah. How different are the two players for this? Is one significantly different than the other for any reason? Hendrickson versus Watt. Hendrickson is the one that is more realistically, I think, available. Right? We have one social media post for Watt, even though I don't even think it's that cryptic, versus Hendrickson, who, he first requested a trade over a year ago, and then did again this summer, and then it was they're going to sign him, but they haven't, and now we've got reports about what the price is. So, that's a long buildup for Hendrickson that would lead you to believe he actually could be had. And Watt, it's just so early in it. But in terms of the quality of the players, I almost feel like something's leading me to Hendrickson over Watt, but I don't know what it is. Is it just concern about health and injuries and who's going to last longer into their careers? One caller made a point earlier that maybe is sticking in my mind too, that the idea of taking Hendrickson away from the Bengals is appealing, right? Like weakening them. Now, if he gets traded anywhere, I guess that's accomplishing that goal. Pittsburgh, I don't really care about weakening. I'm just not, for the Bills' sake, I'm not worried about them. So you can have TJ Watt if you want him. But if they trade him, there's no, I've devastated the Steelers' defense if I acquire TJ Watt. I don't care about it. The Bengals, they're a thought to me still, and their defense has been bad. So if they lose the best player on it, I feel like I am helping. I'm helping myself in terms of my competition if I am able to get him away from there.
Speaking of Pittsburgh, one thing about them, there were rumblings. People wondered if Aaron Rodgers was going to be introduced at the big Pat McAfee event that they had in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that was last night, right?
It was, and that did not happen.
No.
There was reporting like, oh, he won't be there, but it's kind of like this day that for a little while I feel like some Steelers fans had marked as, well, this is when it's all going to be over and it'll be announced, and we're still, we're April 10th, and is Rodgers waiting? All right, theory. I mean, I'm not listening to Pittsburgh radio all the time. It's 2 weeks to the draft. Is Rodgers waiting to make sure they don't take a quarterback? Or does Rodgers have any say in that? If they want him, which I think they do, he wants to tell them, I don't want you to spend a first-round pick on a quarterback or a second-round pick. I want to make sure no one's behind me other than Mason Rudolph. Right. I don't want anybody breathing down my neck, and I want that asset used on something. I mean, he basically went and became the GM of the Jets when he was there, right?
Yeah.
We think he's just going to go to a new team and be like, yeah, whatever you need, that's fine.
But here's the thing, like if he waits for that and then Pittsburgh goes out and drafts a quarterback, then he's going to do what? He's not going to go there, and then he's going to go where? Like you don't have much. If there were 5 teams that you could go to, then that would make sense, but you're holding out to retire?
I don't know. The other part of it is Minnesota, right? Minnesota is said to be. Why isn't he in Minnesota? Isn't the only reason he's not there because of J.J. McCarthy? If they don't have J.J. McCarthy, he's in Minnesota by now.
Well, that's where the speculation has been, that he wants Minnesota, and that Minnesota hasn't returned the favor, but didn't their GM say something like we could circle back around to him? Like there was something that they didn't close the door fully, that Rodgers would be exhausting all options to wait to see if they would take him and start him, because that's the spot that's ready-made to go win the Super Bowl right now that he could plug and play into. But if they want McCarthy, they want McCarthy. What are you going to do? And that's the difference in Pittsburgh. Like, if that's true, then what is his motivation? Is his motivation, other than to drag it out and to be the center of attention, is it to win the Super Bowl and not care about who's behind you, or do you want the power? Do you want the say? Do you want your coaches? Do you want your guys? Because I don't know if he gets that anywhere. That's what he's had. At this point, Minnesota, you're not getting your guys. You're just going in, and that's their thing.
Yeah.
And you are going there. You would want to go there because that's going to give you the shot at winning a second Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, it might be about the power. It might just be he probably wants to win. If there's anything I would think he wants to do, Joe, isn't it rehab his image and prove he can still play?
Well, does he? He talks
Who
like
knows
he
if
doesn't
he can.
care. He doesn't care about that.
That might.
I think he's full of it.
Right. I have a tough time believing someone that spends this much time trying to get in the limelight doesn't care about their public image. So he must care about that. And my guess is he's on a I'm not cooked tour. How many years left does he think he has? 1 to 2? Mm-hmm. He might. He was not horrible last year. He was serviceable. He was better than what the Steelers had. If they get last year's Rodgers, they upgrade.
That's right.
Off of Wilson and Justin Fields.
He wasn't also great, though.
He wasn't great.
There were games where he really let them down at the end, right? There was a Titans loss early in the season, or the Broncos loss early in the season, right? Where they scored 9 points. That was the beginning of it. He would be an upgrade for Pittsburgh for sure. Would he be an upgrade for Minnesota?
Well, that's so funny thing. Remember when J.J. McCarthy got hurt? We were watching the Bills and the Vikings together because the Bills had that Minnesota pick.
Yeah,
and it was McCarthy got hurt. Oh, they got to go to Darnold. That's great news. The pick is going to be high now, and it was not good news. Sam Darnold went in with a good coach and was immediately good.
Right,
had a good year at least, and got a $55 million contract for 35, whatever he got for a year. So. Is McCarthy good? I don't know. I mean, Rodgers could go in and lead them to 12 wins.
Yeah.
They have a very good defense, a great defensive coordinator, I think a very good coach, good skill position players. Minnesota is a team that, whatever, this is not maybe saying much, but if Josh Allen is the quarterback for the Vikings, how many games do they win? 15?
15. They'd be they'd be insane, I think. They're ready-made for the most part. Yeah, I guess I haven't thought about Rodgers in a couple of weeks. It's been pretty quiet on that front, right? I guess you're right, though, that the only thing I guess you would expect not to hear anything on him until after the draft at this point. Like, what? To wait 2 weeks, see what Pittsburgh does, see if Minnesota adds anything behind McCarthy. Like, they've talked to Tannehill, right? That was a report. Maybe he just ends up retiring. Honestly, maybe it just ends up... It goes against your theory that he wants to prove he's not cooked. But if you don't have a dance partner, then what are you going to do? You're not going to go be a backup somewhere.
Well, wouldn't he also do the thing where he retires, but by retire he means he waits until October to see if somebody gets hurt and somebody needs him?
Okay, yeah.
He could do that.
Right. Yeah.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Masters Thursday.
Zach Johnson is your solo leader at the Masters right now. Very early on. I am going to a Masters party tomorrow. It will have all the festivities, the pimento cheese.
I had pimento cheese yesterday.
Did you?
Like the pimento cheese spread. The spread. No, just cheese and crackers. Like pimento cheese spread on crackers. It was delightful.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's not, it's fine. It's good. It's not my favorite. I'm not going to eat it like all the time. But when in Rome, that's this weekend, I will not eat the egg salad probably. I would, but not when it's in comparison to the pimento cheese sandwich. I know you would not touch the egg salad sandwich.
No.
Although, I think we've probably asked you this before. You would eat one, though, to go to the Masters. If I said your ticket to the Masters is you have to eat an egg salad sandwich while you're there, you would do it.
Is it a fully paid-for trip? I gotta know that.
If I say no, you're not going to do it. Remember, 0.5% to go to the tournament.
Right. If you say eat this egg salad full sandwich,
however they would prepare it. Yeah, at the Masters at Augusta, you have to eat it while you're on the grounds at Augusta.
Again,
that helps.
Full paid
full
for.
Sandwich.
No,
I'm not paying for your flights. You can have the ticket. You can have the tickets.
Nope, not doing it.
Wow,
not doing it.
Unbelievable.
A whole sandwich?
Yeah,
the whole thing.
You'll probably never win tickets to the Masters in your life. Like for the real.
You know what else I'll never do is eat a full egg salad sandwich. Like if those two have to go hand in hand, so be it. I know that I will never eat a full one.
Just think, you do it though, and like 10 minutes later, you're just at the Masters.
Oh wait,
you're just at Augusta.
Wait, hold on. Now I'm being beamed there, like Star Trek.
No, you're there.
I got to do a whole day of travel. I got to book flights.
You've done all that work with the written commitment that you are going to eat an egg salad sandwich once you're on the grounds.
Nope,
it's ridiculous. I also don't know that I believe him.
Who, me?
You. I don't think I believe you. I think you would do it. If someone put a piece of paper in front of you and said, sign this, it says you have to eat an egg salad sandwich and I'm going to give you tickets to the Masters, that's it, no flights, you're going to sign that piece of paper.
I would not be able to. I could not do it.
I think you'd do it.
I could not do it.
It's Augusta. It's Augusta. Do it for Augusta. What if I made it for you and one other person?
Does the other person eat the sandwich?
No, only you have to eat the sandwich.
No.
Come on.
But no.
This is ridiculous.
You gotta take a bite and get it down?
No, you got.
I might have a conversation.
You gotta eat the sandwich, the whole thing.
This is taking the bit too far. This is
what
come on. You would do it. In the moment,
it's not a bit. I find it disgusting.
I know it's not,
but I am making the reward. Come on, I'm making the reward worth it.
Yeah, like this is an unbeatable reward.
Yeah, you're not getting this reward otherwise. Like, there's no way to. I mean, there is no way to. You have to win the lottery for it, but you're probably not going to. You're probably not going to win the Masters lottery. You get to go to a practice round at best.
Put the tickets on the table. Somebody make the offer next year. Do it. I'll prove it. Anybody that wins the lottery, come into the studio and make the offer. I'll prove it. I won't do it.
Yeah.
You think I'm joking? The chat's like, oh yeah, he's just
Imagine
pretending.
someone winning the Masters tickets though, like you won the lottery and like, you know what I'm going to do with these? I'm going to make
Here's
Jeremy
what you do.
eat an egg salad
You bet
sandwich.
Joe $1,000 on the side.
Yeah.
And if you lose, Joe gives you $1,000
to make it worth it.
Yeah. Guess what? You're gonna keep those tickets, and Joe's gonna keep his $1,000.
Have you ever even had egg salad?
I can't even comprehend the idea of biting into the sandwich.
So here's my theory, though. You hate eggs. This is the source of it all. You hate eggs.
What else is in there?
despise
What
them.
else is in there?
Mayo.
I don't like mayonnaise that much.
Spices.
I like spices. I like bread.
Like, I'm not someone that really loves tomatoes at all. But I don't get them on my sandwiches. I eat ketchup.
An egg salad sandwich consists of hard-boiled eggs mixed up with mayonnaise, mustard, and seasonings spread on bread. It often includes additions like celery, onion, or lettuce.
See, there you go. So we got a lot of other ingredients. We've made it into something else. This is like what I'm saying. I don't like tomatoes, but I do eat salsa. I eat things that have tomatoes in them. Maybe you actually would like or be okay with eggs in other varieties rather than just on their own. You don't even know because you've never tried it.
I wouldn't. I have tried eggs. I don't like them.
But you haven't tried egg
And that
salad.
to me is them in their final boss form. Hard-boiled egg, I sniff a hard-boiled egg and almost want to throw up.
I'll agree with that. I do not like.
And they're made of hard-boiled eggs.
If
For anyone
someone
out there
in
that's
the
like,
house has made hard-boiled eggs, I'm
just quickly,
visibly
for
upset.
anyone that's feeling like this, let me throw a little different non-food comparison. Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you tickets to the Masters, and what you have to do is agree the Dolphins are going to the Super Bowl, and you're going to deck yourself head to toe and go to all Dolphins parties for a week. And you have to root for them and convince Dolphins fans that you are rooting for them to win the Super Bowl. I don't know if that's a perfect comparison,
and I get
but
to
for
go
some
to
people,
Augusta?
But for some people, like, I couldn't even pretend to like the Dolphins. I can't even imagine the idea of wearing a Dolphins. You got to wear a Tua jersey. Now, maybe this isn't it for you, Joe. Maybe for you, this is you've got to wear a Manchester United jersey. I don't know. Who do you hate the most? You got to pretend that you like Duke.
I don't know. I don't know though. I'm going to Augusta. There's almost nothing. There's nothing. There's no sports comparison here for me. There's nothing I wouldn't. I'd wear a Mahomes jersey for a week if I had to.
Aaron Rodgers leads the Steelers to the Super Bowl, and you go wearing a Rodgers jersey, and you have to convince 200 Steelers fans that you're a lifelong fan, and you, I don't know, I'm trying to
Brady in a Patriots uniform jersey or something.
Yes, Brady. Okay, let's do it. Ready? Brady comes out of retirement. You get to go to the Masters if the Bills go to the Super Bowl and you agree with the deal with the devil. Brady's going to beat the Bills in the Super Bowl. Would you go to the Masters for that?
No, I would not do it for that.
Oh, all right. We found a line.
But now let's move the line. That line is so less ridiculous.
That's an egg salad sandwich in its entirety to me. I would rather the Bills go to the Super Bowl and lose to 62-year-old Tom Brady than eat a full sandwich. So,
I think you've never tried it though. Remember that.
I have tried hard-boiled eggs.
You've not tried egg salad.
To be the most revolting food on the planet.
You've not tried egg salad.
And you're telling me maybe you'd like a sandwich built of the thing you find revolting.
If we keep it though in the context of food, I bet you're going to have a hard time, I think, finding anybody that's also a golf fan that's going to say no to Masters tickets for any food challenge.
Sure, fine. I'm not trying to convince any of you to accept this challenge and deny it. You just keep asking me what I would do, and I'm telling you, put the tickets on the table. I'd be like, I'll just watch from home this week.
You said you would rather do Brady winning the Super Bowl than the egg salad sandwich too?
Yes.
Wow. Listen to this guy. The whole city could have a championship, and they don't because he won't eat an egg salad sandwich.
That's not what it was. It was not would you do it for the Super Bowl. It was would you accept them losing to Brady to go to the Masters?
That's kind of this. Oh, okay, right. Well, right. If we made it one,
if I would eat the whole thing for Buffalo to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah. Well, you have to eat an egg salad sandwich, or else Brady beats the Bills in the Super Bowl. If you do it though, the Bills win.
Then they beat Brady?
Yeah.
Conceptually,
you would do it.
This is going to be a cop-out, but I'm going to do this. Conceptually, I cannot agree to any do a thing and your team gets a win because that takes away the joy of it. Boo.
Yeah, but
conceptually,
what if you're the only one that knows that?
Takes it away.
Takes it away. It takes away for you, but for everybody else, you're doing it for the greater good.
That's fine. Takes it away.
Tony Stark in the Avengers, right? Nobody even knows the sacrifice that he made, or do they at the end? I thought they don't. You're the hero in one of these movies where you're not going to get the credit for it, but you've done it. You know that you've done the right thing.
What do you want?
I want you to say you would eat an egg salad sandwich for the Bills to win a Super Bowl.
Would you eat an egg salad sandwich to get me to say that I would? Because I won't.
I don't love it either.
I still won't. I mean, yeah.
It's craziness.
This is like Green Eggs and Ham. This is the plot of Green Eggs and Ham.
I couldn't even speak to that because I can't. Have you read that to your kids? Because I have not read that book since I was probably 2 years old.
Yeah. Listen, everybody out there's got to have some food or something.
Not like this though. The lengths that you're taking it to, I don't think most people have a food thing like this.
Which of us is taking it to lengths?
You're saying
throwing
no.
Masters tickets on a table in front of me, and I'm just saying I hate that and find it revolting. There's no lengths.
But I'm trying to find the line in the sand, and there doesn't seem to be a line in the sand, which means
I'm not for sale, baby.
Wow.
We got to get a break in. 803-0550. It's Masters Thursday. They serve egg salad. I would go to Augusta and not eat it. Yeah, there's your joke. Well, I'll give you tickets, 2 tickets to go, but while you're there, you have to take down one of those sandwiches. Nope.
What if you got to play?
I'd be kicked out for throwing up on the grounds.
What if you got to play at Augusta too?
I couldn't get through the sandwich.
Incredible.
I couldn't do it.
Have some heart.
I would love to. I'd love to do something that is easy for normal people and get to play Augusta. I could not physically do it.
How do you know if you haven't tried?
Because, I mean, there are more revolting things I could say. Like, have you ever tried blank on a sandwich? I'm like, maybe you'll like that.
Yeah.
Something that's...
What's the Australian stuff that they have? Like the jam that they put on there? What's it called?
Vegemite.
That would be the one for me. I mean, I would still eat it for any of these things, but that would be the one where I would question if I could get through it, I think. Having no idea. I've smelled it. I have not tried it.
Okay.
I can't imagine that it's...
We're super late. Let's get a break in. Jason Day's on the course. He's wearing a big jacket. Looks like he's cold.
Joe Highsmith's got the bucket hat rocking right now.
803-0550 on WGR.
Call Jed Studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. WGR Sports Radio 550. Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR 550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
If I said your ticket to the Masters is you have to eat an egg salad sandwich while you're there, you would do it. Remember, 0.5% to go to the tournament.
Right. If you say eat this egg salad full sandwich.
However they would prepare it. Yeah. At the Masters, at Augusta. You have to eat it while you're on the grounds at Augusta.
Again, full paid for. No.
I'm not paying for your flights. You can have the ticket. You can have the tickets.
Nope, not doing it.
Wow.
Not doing it.
Unbelievable.
Probably not doing it with the flights either. Again,
I was going to say,
I would start, and then I would fail, and then you'd be like, well, you don't get the flights now.
I was going to say, why did I do this? You would have said yes, I think, if I said in that moment, yeah, you can have the flights too. Everything's paid for.
I don't know how this is so difficult for like 17 people to not understand. I wouldn't. Jeff Meadus on the Western Hotline talking golf. The chat's like just beside itself. You got these comparisons where you're going to wear an Eric Stahl jersey to hockey games. Wow, Joe, you're so brave. Anyway, it's the Masters. We're just waiting for the players to get on the course. Hey, Jeff Meadus joining us from Tee to Green.
Well, some of them are.
Some of them are. Scotty's over here on the range. I'm seeing Jeff Meadus, PGA Pro, and he's joining us in the Worcester Hotline. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys today? You're a little wound up.
Well, people are trying to get me wound up. They're trying to get me wound up. What can I say?
I think if you went to Augusta, you'd eat an egg salad sandwich every year to get back. That's what I would say.
I'm telling you, I would not. I know that I would not. But
I could.
I might
it'd be
do
like
some
broccoli. Yes, we just force it down with some water. Yes, we'll figure it out.
Yeah. If you have a food,
doing?
Good. If you have a food you can force down, then it's not on the level. Because I couldn't even force it down.
Jeff's onto something, too, though. You dip it in water like they do in the hot dog competition.
Oh, my God. Let's make a bad thing worse. All right, Jeff, the Masters. Who you got? Yeah. Who you got this week? Who are you rooting for? I mean, is it a Rory story for you? I mean, is it about some other young star or longtime guy? It's about joining the very, very exclusive club.
It is a Rory story for me because I watched him change his swing over the fall and watched him compete and play very, very well in big events this year. And he seems to be more focused. He seems to have a little more edge than he used to have, and I think that's going to help him this week because he's got to be a little resilient because it's always something bad's always going to happen at Augusta. You're gonna 3-putt from 10 feet. You're gonna make a double somewhere, and you need to keep grinding. And he is such a supreme athlete and golfer. If he can putt this week, I think he's going to win. Obviously, he's got to deal with Scotty and Colin Morikawa and a bunch of other guys. But for me, I think it's Rory's time. I think he's been pointing towards this. His swing is set up more for getting rid of hooks now, and that's kind of been his miss when he gets stressed in bad situations. So I think he's mitigated that, and I think he's going to be a strong contender this year.
As I was thinking about this major, and Jeff, one of the things about the Masters, why is it different? First off, they play at the same course every year, which they do at a couple other tournaments, but this is the only one that matters this much. I mean, the players is out there too, where, and I saw Rory interviewed about this, the scars of years past, you have to confront those all the time. I think it's the 10th hole that Rory has been really bad at. So 4 times this week, he's going to step to the 10th tee and have to push out what has happened there in previous rounds. And that's something that does not happen at the other majors.
Well, and I also think that's why he changed his swing, because the hook was the bad miss in the block, because he got crossed the line a little bit with his driver. It does help with the driver. He can launch these big, powerful bombing hooks, but it also can make it miss a little bit more offline. And I know he's been going through, he's one of the most highly trained athletes. He's dealing with psychologists and physical therapy, everything you can imagine to get through it. He's also mature. He's a mature player. He's in his peak, and he's aware of all those things too. And he's been through the process. And if you have trust, some of that doesn't matter. So like when you're playing really well, you don't have any negative thoughts. When you have a shot that scares you, that's when that may creep in under pressure. But I don't think he's got a shot that scares him right now.
Jeff Meadis with us on the West Her Hotline, Golf Dojo, and, of course, Tee to Green this Saturday. So, other guys that haven't won yet besides Rory, is Oberg the obvious name? Is there anybody else?
He's a pretty obvious name. I don't know. It's one of those stories where this is where people tend to pop up. You see a name that you haven't heard before, and they play great during the Masters, and they're competing till the end. Oberg is a pretty uniquely talented individual. He's like Gumby. He swings beautifully. He's got the mentality of a 35-year-old golfer, but he's much younger, and he's super athletic and super gifted. So that would be a good name. It always does seem like the best players are in the leaderboard, or the people who are playing best for sure in the season are on the back nine of the leaderboard when we get to Sunday afternoon.
Jeff Meadis of Tee to Green joining us on the Western Hotline as we get ready for the Masters. It is underway, and of course, we'll see how things go. Jeff, the other
Freddie Couples, by the way, he tends to play good in the first two rounds.
He does,
and then he's like horses for courses, and Freddie's still he's my hero. So
I saw him on the range hitting 160 on the ball speed.
That's pretty good at his age.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, when it comes to this tournament, I saw there's a viral clip out there, Jeff, going about Rory McIlroy's daughter hitting a putt, but she tapped it, and it rolled 60 feet. And I want to say I've watched this tournament a lot in my life, and nothing drove home what the greens are more than that clip did for me yesterday.
Yeah, and you've heard this from everybody who's ever been to the facility, that there's way more slope, way more elevation change, way hillier than you'd imagine. That TV, even in high def, doesn't do it justice. The greens are super difficult. That's why you hear a player like Bryson DeChambeau saying, well, in the beginning, I just tried to overpower the course. It's a par 68 for me, blah, blah, blah. And now he's taking a more savvy, more experienced approach. It's where you hit it on the greens. Where do you leave yourself putting? Those are the important things here because the greens are so difficult. I remember when Nicklaus won in '86. This is going way back, but he didn't cross his line, which he fades it, and it didn't cross his target line except twice. So basically, what I'm saying is they hit the irons really good into really good spots, and they leave themselves putts that are manageable and makeable. If you put yourself in bad spots and you have putts that are difficult, that's when it's real easy to make a bogey or putt it off the green or do something silly and get yourself flustered. But these guys know that, so they're playing. They don't always aim at the pin. They're aiming at a spot where they have a really good chance to make the putt, hopefully. But the course is hilly. It's long. It's hard. The greens are brutal. So only the best players rise, and then they end up competing well this week. And they all point towards this. So all their games should be peaking if they're physically able.
Jeff Meadis joining us. Of course, Jeff, you're also a part of our WGR VIP golf card. For anyone out there, you can go to getmyperks.com today and get one of these. It's $129, and you get lots of golf this year. You get Diamond Hawk, Shamrock Hills, Attica's 10th Hole, Bobolink, box of Encore golf balls, Vero X1s, Rick Zurek Golf Warehouse, score some deals there. And also a gift certificate at Golf Dojo. So the opportunity to, if you haven't been to Golf Dojo yet, jump in there where you are quite often.
Yeah, and I've seen you guys here, and I like when you guys come in, and I know your swings. And Joe, we're going to work a little bit later, but the thing I'm proud of is it raises money for the PGA Reach Foundation, and more specifically the Hope, which is helping our Patriots everywhere. It's a program I'm engaged with where we teach vets to play golf. It's a free program given by specially certified adaptive PGA professionals that can teach all kinds of golfers in all different ways. So if you know a vet or if you're a vet and you want to learn the game, check out the West New York PGA website. And the money raised from this, a portion of it is going to benefit that, and so that's why we, as the Western New York PGA, myself, Golf Dojo, that's why we got on board, because we like to give back. It's interesting. Like, you look at the Masters, they give back. They give back in a great way, and that's what's great about golf. And I think that's what we're hoping to do with this Hope program.
All right,
awesome,
Jeff Meadus. Jeff, enjoy the Masters today and through the weekend.
All right, and Joe, we're going to see you in a little bit.
I'll see you in an hour. Yeah, I'm going to be at Golf Dojo. I got to get some swing stuff in. So
all right, let's get you tightened up. All right, gentlemen, enjoy the weekend, and thanks for the chat.
All right, thanks, Jeff.
All right, bye.
My game is in a constant state of needing tune-ups. We had the playoffs yesterday, Joe, and on the first hole of the playoffs, I hit 2 straight left out of bounds. Good start. Good start.
To start?
Yeah.
9-hole playoffs too, right?
9-hole playoff. Part of the problem is I step on the first tee and I see out of bounds left and out of bounds right. I might as well just go, you know what? Let's go to the next hole. Yeah. I don't want to play. I don't play this hole. Extendo Sports coming up. 803-0550 if you want to jump in. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up here on WGR.
all on the free Odyssey app. Download it today. Breaking sports news airs first here. Guaranteed. WGR Sports Radio 550. 2020 Sports.
Extendo Sports.
I don't know if you saw, Joe, but I just tweeted in response to the video we posted.
Yeah.
The 10 grossest foods they ate on Fear Factor.
Ooh.
Yeah. Make sure you tell me you would eat all 10 before you talk about how you would do anything.
On Fear Factor. I guarantee you egg salad is not on Fear Factor.
No, it's not. The point is I don't like it. Wow, why won't this guy eat a food that I like?
But no, I'm not even saying I like it. It's just it's a perfectly acceptable, normal food item.
Sure, that some people don't like, just like some people don't like perfectly acceptable food items. Join us in the fight against cancer by riding with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Wellsville team June 28th. Once you join our team, you receive an email to pick up your shirt and water bottle at Thomas Pro Bikes on Walden Ave in Lancaster. Not a rider. You can still support the cause by donating to our team and helping us reach our goal. Visit WGR550.com for details. And tune in, the pre-draft special on the 17th, 4 to 6:30, streaming live on YouTube. We'll bring you the latest insights and mock draft predictions, insider information, guest appearances from Joe, Nate, Sal, me. It's presented by your Upstate Honda dealers. Visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today for excellent deals on the entire Honda lineup, including the all-new Honda Passport. All right. Enjoy the tournament. What else? Anything?
Sabres and Blue Jackets tonight. The playoff race in the East is kind of dead. Montreal's too far ahead.
Yeah, Montreal's going to make it. Montreal and Ottawa.
Yeah. It's an 8-point gap right now. Columbus is 8 points back. Detroit Islanders, same thing.
8 points back with 5 to play. Yeah, Montreal has to lose out.
Bernard Longer, very quickly, is wearing the brightest red pants I've ever seen in my life at the Masters right now.
All right.
You have to get a look at that.
I'm excited to see those. We're back tomorrow. Have a great day.